What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, August 26th, 2025. More importantly, it is 4 days till game day. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty of sound from the press conferences that took place down on campus yesterday. We've got Coach Sark, we've got Arch Manning, we've got Manny Muhammad, and we've got plenty to dive into regarding this Texas-Ohio State matchup. Plus, the Longhorns have announced an on-field partnership. Buck, there's going to be a sponsor logo on the field at DKR this season. We'll dive into that. A lot of Texas fans not happy. We've got some big stories from the NFL to get into, including a tough injury down in Houston, and some college football to talk about, a little Major League Baseball, and we're less than a week away from week 1 of college football, which means some TV network is fighting with some TV provider. So we've got that and some more fun stories to get into as well. A lot to dive into on a Tuesday show, plus a tip for kids in the car line from the Buck as school is back in session. Appreciate y'all starting your Tuesdays with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing fantastic, man. It's a beautiful Tuesday here in Dripping Springs, and it's going to be a great day. And yes, some provider is pissed off with some YouTube group. I mean, I got that from my wife as she came up last night and said, we got some deal going on. And I'm like, oh boy, must be football season. Somebody's trying to get more cash from somebody else. And now it looks like they're just for this game. I mean, of course, YouTube is carrying the NFL, and they're also, I have YouTube service, so that's my deal for Saturday, and it's a mess. And it'll be right up to just before kickoff. My TV will go off or something. Who knows? But
You have YouTube TV?
I do.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I thought you were a cable guy. I didn't realize you were a
No, we got rid of that last year. I mean, or a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, that we've been in the YouTube. I've liked YouTube service, but now they've got a battle with, Fox. So they're messing with these big noon games.
Yeah, apparently there's an impasse. Yeah, impasse between Fox and YouTube TV regarding a potential deal between the two. And this would mean channels such as Fox, Fox Sports 1, and the Big Ten Network would all be dropped from YouTube TV's lineup. YouTube TV has said those channels will be taken off if an agreement with the network cannot be reached by 5 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. That's tomorrow. And, of course, Fox will be airing Texas-Ohio State. Fox will also have the Auburn-Baylor game on Friday night. I mean, Fox has a bunch of big college football games this weekend and every weekend. And, of course, they've got a lot of NFL, too. And that season gets going next week. So, yeah, it'd be really nice for you and a lot of other people out there if these two sides were able to find a way to get something done. But you're right, Buck. It feels like this happens every year. I mean, 2 years ago, I'm a Rectum guy. So yes. 2 years ago, I remember like the first college football game of the year. It was like the Thursday night game. It was Florida against somebody else. And I turn on my TV to watch, and all of a sudden I get an error message from Spectrum that says, due to negotiations with ESPN, we cannot provide this channel at this time. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is and to add that, this other deal, it costs you like another $20 a month.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they keep increasing the price of YouTube TV. Like, that used to be the best part, was how cheap it was.
Right.
And now it's every year they add on. Now
YouTube has the NFL, correct?
YouTube, yes, they got the NFL Sunday ticket package. Now, I think you have to pay for that on top of your regular YouTube
Yeah,
TV.
you do. But I understand that one. That one's always going to be the high price one, no matter where it was. So, but now since they got them, they're thinking, let's go big. Let's get Fox too. Let's get some extra cash from Fox too.
Who knows? But YouTube TV released a statement. This will make you feel better, Buck. They said, quote, "We are working diligently with the team at Fox to reach an agreement. We know this uncertainty is frustrating, and if Fox content becomes unavailable for an extended period of time, we will provide our members with a $10 credit. So
it's costing you 20 to get it, but they'll give you 10 back, huh?
Yeah, congratulations. You won't be able to watch the biggest game of college football's season. You won't be able to watch your favorite teams play. You won't be able to watch anything on Fox for the opening weekend. But hey, here's $10. Not $10 a month. Here's just $10, and that'll take care of all of your frustration and anger.
Oh, it's not the $10 a month deal that you have to pay 20. So it's only really 10. It's just 10. Here's $10 voucher.
It just says we will provide our members with a $10 credit.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it doesn't say $10 a month credit. It says, no, here's $10 and shut up. That better be enough for you.
Yeah, that stinks. That is stink. That is terrible. And it's just football season. Yeah, since they got the NFL, they're trying to go. They're going to pilfer everybody now. They're like, okay, let's go big. Fox has got a lot of money. Let's get them too.
Yeah, I don't know enough about these deals to know like whose fault it is. I mean, maybe it's 50-50 where both sides share an equal amount of blame, but I don't know if this is YouTube TV driving up their price or if it's Fox driving up their price. I don't know exactly how these work, but I do know it's the customer / the fan who gets screwed every single time this happens. And again, it feels like this happens with some provider and some network every single year at this. It wouldn't be that big of a deal if this happened in June or July. It's like, all right, I lose Fox for a couple of weeks. There's plenty of other ways to watch baseball, and there's not a lot of sports going on, so it's fine. I can miss out on The Simpsons for a couple of weeks, but it's always like right now leading up to football, and that's just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, they do it like NFL contracts. You know, they think that if we can press them right to the game week, they're gonna fold under and go ahead and give us that little bit of extra money, and you, the subscriber, is going to pay that extra $20 a month. Well, my wife is into she's like, no. So I'm going to be sitting at bars looking for the games. You know,
you can't go back to those bars, man. You're not allowed in.
Back to the bars, hanging out at bars, watching games. She's like not giving in. She said, this is like, you know, we got rid of Spectrum because of this. And now this group, we get 2 years into this, and here's what they're doing already.
I'm telling you, I never cut cable, and now I'm kind of glad I didn't. Like, look, Spectrum has some problems. Don't get me wrong. We just talked about one of them a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I see their trucks every day. I see their trucks. They have an overload of trucks out and about doing stuff every day.
Yeah, but it feels like all of the perks of cutting cable to go to YouTube TV or Sling or Hulu or whatever, it feels like they're all kind of going away because you're not getting as many channels and you're paying just as much money as cable. So it's like they're all sort of the same.
We had a good full 2 years of YouTube, and it was nice and clean, and it was fine. The picture is wonderful. Everything, I got used to the channels. Now it looks like I can't go back to Spectrum. There's just no way.
Yeah,
I can't do it because I'll have an outage. Within 24 hours, there'll be some power outage or something going on. Some squirrel ran up a wire, and I can't get it. I can't get anything. So I just can't imagine doing it. I got a little tip for kids in the car, brought to you by our good friends at Relax the Back. And boy, I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair, and I needed it today. My back's a little bit sore. Out there messing around outside again yesterday at 5 o'clock, thinking, oh, it's a good time to go outside. It was so stinking hot yesterday. And I'll be at it today on the golf course because it is Tuesday. So I'm still going to get it done. But thanks to our friends at Relax the Back for their 2 great locations, folks. For you kids in the car line, all of you think you're funny. You're all comedians out there, especially you young ones and old ones too. Some of you think you're comedians, and well, use your humor to comfort others, but never be afraid to laugh at yourself. Don't ever be afraid to laugh at yourself. You're all comedians out there, you know, and you want to get a laugh from your classmates, and you can comfort them with your humor at times, but don't be afraid to laugh at yourself. When it's time to laugh at yourself, give yourself a big old laugh, because you are the biggest joke on the planet. That's what I always think of. Hey, when you feel like you can't laugh at yourself, that makes you the biggest joke on the planet. So don't be afraid to comfort others, but don't ever be afraid to laugh at yourself, folks.
That little self-deprecation never hurt anybody.
Never hurt. It really never hurt.
It's a little different than self-defecation. Make sure you don't get those two confused, kids.
Yes, there's a little tip for you too, kids, from BK.
Yeah.
Make sure
Don't
those words are correct.
Don't defecate yourself or self-defecate at school today. That's going to cause some problems.
That's right.
Yeah, I like that. You could joke, use your humor to help others, but also poke fun at yourself. You can't be picking on everybody else without taking shots at yourself from time to time,
yeah.
right?
Every once in a while, somebody's going to take a shot at you, so laugh right along with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's the hard one. Sometimes you're the jokester, and then when a joke gets flipped on you, you're not so excited about it. So be able to laugh at yourself. They're going to laugh at you anyway.
Sure. And if you dish it, you got to take it, right?
Absolutely.
Those are the rules. There it is. All right. Before we dive into a lot of the Texas football conversation we've got planned, including the on-field partnership announcement down on campus yesterday, which has ruffled a lot of feathers of a lot of Longhorn fans around town and really around the country. But Buck, how about the soldier shout-outs?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for the great job that you do, all your support. We do appreciate that. To you and your families, thank your families for sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. All right. I mentioned earlier there were a number of press conferences down on campus yesterday. Of course, it's the first game week of the year, so Steve Sarkisian held his weekly Monday game week press conference. You had the players' availability as well. Arch Manning spoke, Manny Muhammad spoke, Colin Simmons, Trey Wisner, CJ Baxter, Michael Taft. We've got sound from a lot of those guys today, and we'll have sound from a lot of those guys throughout the course of the week leading up to Saturday's game. But Chris Del Conte also held a little press conference yesterday before anybody else spoke, and it was to announce that for the first time in Texas athletics history, Buck, there will be an on-field sponsor across athletic venues on the 40 acres, including at DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. UT has announced a partnership with Austin-born company Human, which will serve as the official cardiovascular supplement partner of Texas athletics. So what does this mean? Well, starting this season, and I guess next Saturday for the first home game against San Jose State, there will be a sponsor logo on the field at DKR. I'll do a little screen share for you and the people watching on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter or Twitch this morning, so you can kind of see what it looks like. Actually, there will be two of these sponsor logos. Of course, the giant Longhorn over the state of Texas outline will still be at midfield. You'll have SEC logos at two of the four corners on the 25-yard line. But now the word human with two N's will be at the other two corners of the 25-yard line, Buck.
Can you put that shit on the sideline somewhere? I know they want to see it on the field, but come on.
Yeah, nobody sees it if it's on the sideline, and you probably don't get as much money if it's on the sideline, you know?
Put it by the Gatorade barrel or something. My goodness.
So you're not happy about this?
I mean, I don't really. I guess those five things, okay, with the Texas and the Longhorns, but that's enough. But they're not done.
Well, I hope they're done. Now, Texas is not the first team to do this, and Texas is not the first SEC team to do this. I think there are 6, maybe even 7 other SEC schools that have already announced on-field partnerships, basically on-field corporate logos. So it's, kind of keeping up with the Joneses, and Texas obviously wants to be the Joneses. They're not trying to keep up with anybody else. So they're not the first team to do this, but this is just kind of what college football is in 2025, Buck. I mean, it's more corporate and more commercialized than ever before, and you're looking for as much financial advantage as you can find. And, well, if someone's willing to pay you a bunch of money to put their logo on the field, then I guess you'll take it.
Yeah, like I said, 5 things that looks, they've coordinated it okay so that it's symmetrical and all that. But, dude, where does it stop at? 12? I mean, it's like the playoffs. Where do you stop? 24, 26, 14? Well, where does it – where is it? I mean, are they going to substitute sponsors for the 10-yard line, the 20 to 30? Are they going to start subbing sponsors for numbers? You just got to know what it is. You can figure it out.
Now you're onto something there. Yeah. Instead of the actual yard markers, you just
Sure.
have like, oh, HEB. It's not the 10-yard line. It's the HEB yard line, but you just have to know that it's the 10.
Sure. I mean, that's going to be next. They'll
You've got
figure that out.
The covert auto group 20-yard line and the AV consultations 30-yard line.
Oh, the 50-yard line will be the big money one. Will be right at the 50.
And turn this thing into a NASCAR car.
Oh, I got it. I mean, I get it. I just think they're at a certain time. You just, okay, that's enough. Sorry, we can't put you actually on the field. We'll put you around it somewhere, but we'll put you when they come out of the tunnel where it says Texas there. We'll put something above that everybody can see. We'll make it so that you can see it nice and big, or we'll have a pop-up that comes out of the field or something when there's nobody at that area. Oh no, that's where Bevo's little corral is around there somewhere. You can't screw that up, right?
I mean, if you could put logos on the field, you can definitely put logos where Bevo's hanging out on the sideline, right?
Oh yeah, he's going to have one eventually over the top of that. That's going to happen.
Yeah, if the logo is sellable, or if the on field is sellable, then it feels like everything else is sellable too. Our guy Brian Davis kind of explained how this works on Twitter yesterday. And this is kind of a Learfield bit. Now, obviously, the University of Texas has to approve this, of course. But Learfield pays $30 million a year to broadcast Texas athletics, like to be the official broadcasting partner of the University of Texas. And they sell sponsorships and advertisements to recoup that money. So they will sell anything that the University of Texas allows them to sell. And I guess now the University of Texas has decided that they are allowing to sell an on-field logo. So I'm sure they've presented Chris Del Conte with this in the past, and CDC to this point has said no. But the big appeal, at least according to Chris Del Conte at this press conference, is the fact that this is a company, Human, that started in Austin and basically grew because of research done at the University of Texas. So he's like, no, this isn't a money thing. This is we're proud of this company.
No, it's a money thing. You can try that. That's not going to work. We're not that gullible. We're not to that point yet. We're close, but we're not to that gullible point where research was done here. That's why we can do it. Now, research was done at the bank when everybody went to the bank and saw how much Human had in their bank account so they could give the University of Texas. So can't wait for the Sue Patrick goal line.
Hey, love our friends at Sue
Patrick. First and Sue Patrick.
First and Sue Patrick. Yeah, it's no longer first and goal. It's first and Sue.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, CDC said yesterday that he had no plans to add any logos to DKR until he heard the Human story.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Which really means he had no plans to add any logos to DKR until he heard what Human was offering.
Of course.
Yeah. That's and by the way, this isn't just a DKR, Buck. This is university-wide. So
basketball, yeah.
I think basketball is the only one that starts next year. I don't know why, but at the Moody Center this year, there won't be a Human logo on the court. But in the 26-27 academic year, you'll have a logo on the court somewhere. But, baseball, softball, volleyball, swimming and diving. I don't know if they're going to put the logo at the bottom of the pool. I don't know how you do that. But tennis, golf, track and field, like this logo or some iteration of a Human logo is going to be on every field or court or even pool that Texas Athletics has.
Maybe I need to try some of their product. Maybe their product is good for an old dude.
Maybe it is. Yeah. Cardiovascular support. It's supplements, it's powders and gummies. And, some of the Texas players, like Michael Taff, actually opened up his availability yesterday saying, shout out the Human, like love Human, use their products. Big day for Texas. And then one of the reporters is like, are they paying you for this? He's like, no, which who knows if that's true, but
they will be soon.
Yeah. In some form or fashion, he'll be getting a cut out of this. But this is just,
we understand what about this corporate business. So it's okay. It's just, and it's not real big, it's just, but like I said, if you get a bunch of those, just start putting them in for numbers. Let's go.
Right. Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't get to that point. And I'd like to think that it won't. I feel like Chris Del Conte a couple of years ago said he's not going to put any logos at DKR, and here we are. So things are subject to change. But look, I mean, flexing your financial muscles is a big part of college sports nowadays. And you need money to compete at the highest level. And money has obviously helped Texas these last couple of years. And it's, really helped Texas football get back on track these last couple of years. So do I love a corporate logo being on the field? No, I don't. I think it's cheeky and sacrilegious to an extent. But you know what I do love, Buck? Winning.
Yeah, winning is big. What about the Aggies? Are they going to start doing this? They won't do that on their field, will they?
Well, a lot of Aggie fans are cracking jokes at Texas. It's like, oh, you guys must be poor. You got to do this. We'll never do this. I feel like at some point A&M is probably going to follow suit, but I don't know. Maybe they won't. I mean, there's plenty other ways to make money. It's not like you have to do this. Texas has plenty of money that they get from plenty of other sources. So
that's true.
They didn't need to do something like this, but
you just don't want to screw up the field. I mean, that's such a great stadium and such great pageantry before the game. I'd hate to see people come out there and want to know what is that one? What is that one? What's that one over there? And the kids are all pointing to it. They're paying more attention to what's going on with the logos on the field instead of the game. As long as it's not distracting, that doesn't look very distracting right there.
No, it's not. It's not going to impact anyone's viewing experience.
No.
Like, again, I understand why people are annoyed, and I'm a bit peeved by it. But like, you're not going to not go to a game because of this. You're not.
No, that's not enough to me. That's right. That's not distracting enough that you won't go to the stadium. That little girl's still going to be in the stands slamming down her beers. That's not going to bother her as long as she gets her can.
As long as they keep selling beer at the stadium, everything's going to be okay, right?
Yeah.
But this is just the unfortunate reality of college sports, and we talk about it a lot. Like it's similar to me to the conversation about the spring game, where and there are plenty of other examples that you could use where it's like you are being asked more of you. You're being asked for more money. You're given less, right? Season ticket prices are going up. Hey, donate more to the Texas One Fund. We need this, and this from you, but we're not going to give you a spring game. We're going to give you a logo on the field and the court that you don't want. You're going to have less access to your players. Like that's kind of how college sports is working right now. And they don't really care about Joe fans' feelings anymore. They care about what do we need to do to win. And for some fans, it's all that matters.
They're not interested in what you're used to traditionally on a football field.
Yeah.
They could care. It's past that time now. We're way past that time. We're about the money and what do we do to win games and NIL and have better facilities. That's where we are now. Until it gets to the point of being ridiculous, which that's not ridiculous right there. That's okay.
Yeah, it's doable. Again, I don't think it's going to turn anybody off from going to or turning on a Texas football game. If it does, how big of a fan are you really? By the way, CDC, you knew he was going to get asked about this. He was asked about ads coming on the Longhorns jerseys. You look at the NBA has ads on jerseys now. Major League Baseball has ads on jerseys now. Like that's a trend that we've seen in professional sports.
They won't mess with that uni. They won't mess with that uni.
He said, quote, "Not a chance. That is sacred ground." And
yeah, they won't mess with that uni. They won't mess with that helmet, and they won't mess with that jersey.
We'll see how long that holds true.
Yeah, they may mess with those pants someday, but they're not going to mess with the jersey or the helmet.
I don't know if the money's right, and money is as important in the future as it is now in college sports. Again, teams are looking for financial advantages. Sorry, schools. It's about the school. Don't forget. They're looking for financial advantages here. I hope CDC's right. Believe me. I hope he actually means that, and that's sacred ground, and they're not putting logos on their uniforms. But if the right offer comes along, it wouldn't surprise me if it happens, Buck.
Yeah. We'll see what that's when some alum will step in and say, here's what I'm going to give to you over the next 20 years. Yeah. Here's the kind of money I have here in the state of Texas. I'm going to do this, but don't do that.
Yeah, what do I have to pay to prevent that?
That's what it's going to be. It's going to be, what am I going to do to prevent that? You're right.
Yeah, but then wait, I want my name on the jersey somewhere actually because I paid all this money. So throw my name on there somewhere.
Yeah, it's not. It's right now. It's okay. The 5 little things, that's fine. Like you said, that's not going to stop anybody from going to a game.
Everything else, the
But
midfield
they all
load.
know what they do realize, it's just the beginning of the end. So
yeah, it's the way of the world in 2025, and we're only going further in this direction. So it's not gonna. It's the same thing. Like you brought up college football playoff expansion. It's like, when does it end? When does it end? Like the commercialization of college football, there is no end in sight, and we're only headed more towards that direction. So
yes.
This isn't the last time. It ain't the first time, and it won't be the last time that you're pissed off because of a college sports decision focused around money.
I'm more pissed off over YouTube.
More pissed. Yeah, no, that's more of a reason to get pissed off, is not being able to watch Texas Ohio State because YouTube TV can't get its head out of its rear end. That's worth being angry about.
That's them trying to make more money. They'll say it's for everybody that works at YouTube, but I'll be saying there's some executive putting a lot of that money in their coffers right there. Now that they got the NFL Sunday ticket, let's go ahead and get some of that college Fox money now. They got a lot of money.
Straight cash, homie. That's all it is.
Wow.
And Jason says, funny response by CDC. That's sacred ground, not the field. That's actually ground.
Yeah.
Isn't that the ground that you're talking about? That's the sacred ground. Guess not. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Shout out to our friends at the Circuit of the Americas. And of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We've got plenty of sound to dive into from Steve Sarkisian, from Arch Manning, from Manny Muhammad. We'll get their thoughts on Texas, Ohio State here in a moment. But first, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Austin Original, coal-fired pizza serving New York-style pizza and Italian cuisine right from the Ciola family cookbook. That would be Tony C's Pizza. And today is Tuesday, so that's two for Tuesday. That's 2 for the price of 1 pizzas at Tony C's. And they're great locations. They've been in, of course, the Bee Cave area for close to 15 years. Also, spots on Highway 79 in Round Rock, right beside the Del Diamond, Anderson Lane, and, of course, Bee Caves. Love you, Mr. C, and love that Tony C's Pizza.
Yes, indeed. Might have to get there today. A little 2 for Tuesday. Come on, man.
2 for Tuesdays. Get 2 for the price of 1, baby.
You know what else I need on a Tuesday?
OLIPOP. It is. Yep. I need to have one of those before I go play golf this morning, before I start thinking about putting some weird Gatorade or something in my body.
Hey, nothing wrong with a little cream on a Tuesday, huh?
Nothing like some cream, baby.
I'll tell you what. Shout out to OLIPOP. Went to the store yesterday and restocked my fridge. I love this stuff. Y'all see me drinking on the show all the time. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. If OLIPOP had a logo on DKR, I wouldn't be complaining.
Now you're talking.
Human spelled wrong, doesn't really do it for me. But shout out to OLIPOP. Again, 9 grams of fiber in every can. You've got prebiotics, plant fibers, and botanicals. This tastes just like a cream soda, but unlike other cream sodas, this stuff is actually good for me. It's good for you as well. Every time you drink OLIPOP, you are supporting your digestive health. So next time you're at the store, any store, H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
So our friends over at Daymaker, Half Day Cafe. They are open right now for breakfast. And how about that maple bacon fritter, biscuits and gravy, State Fair waffles, BK they've got. And plus they've got the classic buttermilk stack. And I'm now into pancakes, so I need to head by there. I'm not going to have time today, maybe tomorrow, to head on over to Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. Or you can get your drink on if you like. You want a mimosa nice and early, you can have it there. You can have whatever you want. You can have a beer if you want. That's on you. That is up to you. But I do like their classic breakfast. I really do enjoy it there. And if you want that cheeseburger at 7 a.m., you can have a cheeseburger. Nobody's going to stop you from that. You can still have waffles at 11 or 12 or 1 or 2. They're closed at 3 o'clock. So they open at 7 and they close at 3. It's just a half-day cafe. So enjoy all the great sides that they have, the classic bacon steak. Bacon steak? That's like chicken fried steak. I don't eat chicken with my steak. They get bacon steak. I mean, that's that thick piece of bacon. You know what? I'm starting to get a little bit more into thicker pieces of bacon. I used to like the little strip bacon. Of course, that's what I'd get if I'd go to some of my local restaurants. But now they have this thicker piece of bacon. I'm kind of into that. It's like half ham, half bacon. Not bad. Not bad at all. But folks, do enjoy Daymaker's half-day cafe. Go and sit at the bar there. They got about 14 seats available for you right there at the bar. So if you're going by yourself or somebody else with you, you can go. You don't need to have a table at Daymaker. Yeah. It's like a bar. Just cozy up to the bar. Say hello to Savannah when you're there.
I like that. Shout out Savannah. Shout out to Daymaker Cafe. And lastly, a shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Mike and the gang at McCall Custom Homes. Buck, you've got some work done from them.
Yes,
they hooked you up with a putting green outside and also a nice other outdoor setup that you've got at your place.
It's a wonderful job. They were here just a couple days and it's all done, brother.
Yeah, just like that. Rodney got a master bathroom renovation done from McCall Custom Homes. We trust them with our places. Hell, I know I don't own this apartment, but there's some things I wouldn't mind getting done in here. You think my complex would mind if I had Mike and his gang out here?
Maybe have them come over and change your light bulb for you.
I did change a light bulb by myself the other day.
By yourself? You got up on the stool and got it done? Did you have to get up on a little mini ladder? Or did you use that beach chair of yours?
Just a little stool that I have, the Bob Huggins stool, to get up and change a light bulb. Big moment for me, and yeah, monumental moment for those of you who have listened to this show since its inception. As an apartment dweller, I usually file a maintenance request to try to get a light bulb change. But that's besides the point. The point is McCall Custom Homes can upgrade your home. Bathroom remodel, kitchen remodel. If you've got a growing family, you want to add some space to your house. If you want to add some life to your outdoor space, McCall Custom Homes has been doing that here in Central Texas for 40 years. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star ratings online. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Right now they're doing free estimates for TSU listeners. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com or 512-633-9580.
What are these people talking about rabbit ears? Do you know that I have an AV Consultations flat screen TV and there's not a lot of things that are sitting around? What do I stick rabbit ears on that thing? Do you know how I would screw that TV up? Can you imagine me going behind there and trying to stick rabbit ears on one of Tom's flat screens, LG TVs? Dude, I wouldn't have a channel. There would be nothing but lines across this thing. I don't understand. I understood when I had that square box TV and the rabbit ears. I had that at my house for years. But you can't, I don't know how, I can't go back there and jack with that now. I will F that up. There's just no chance.
You'll probably
people
fall.
Talk about rabbit ears like it's easy to do.
You'll probably fall and hurt yourself too if you try something like that.
Oh no, I knocked the TV right off of off the structure there. I mean, I can't do that. So don't say rabbit ears. I got a flat screen and I don't have anything that sits to the side of it or some table with enough, and when you get one of these from AV Consultations, it's all in one. It's, there's a little thing that they put, little box that they put behind it. So am I going to pull that little square box out and start sticking stuff in there? Can't do that. Let's go, YouTube. Quit jacking around, will you?
Oh, man.
It's game week. Game week. Coach doesn't need this kind of distraction.
You'll know by tomorrow. Again, an announcement is expected at 4:00 Central Time tomorrow on whether or not YouTube TV and Fox have reached a resolution on their financial dispute.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you the people. So does that mean I just lose? Do I lose ESPN? What do I lose? Do I lose Court TV? Or am I just losing Fox games?
As of now, you're losing all of Fox. So anything that's on Fox, anything that's on Fox Sports 1, which there's a lot of football on that channel too, and then also Big Ten Network. I'm going to talk to Howard Griffith tomorrow, by the way, to talk Texas, Ohio State. But yeah, you're also losing Griff's channel. So those are the three. And it's, not just for football. It's not like those channels will be working for the other 6 days of the week or 5 days of the week once the NFL gets here. But yeah, those channels will all be gone.
Oh, this is even worse. This one from Jason says, on the roof, Bucky, not on the TV. Do you see, you know how you see my roof, BK, don't you? Who the hell is getting up there? Not me.
You. No, definitely not you. Oh my God, that'd be the last thing you did if you tried to get up.
There's no. I'd be dead. I can't. I would come tumbling down this 3-story house. I would be dead.
Oh my God! Last thing
I'm going to ask my wife, hey, would you get up on the roof so I can watch the game? She just get your ass to the bar. No chance.
We've got our pregame show at East Village, and it's
right.
a watch party as well. So if you want to stick around for that, they're going to have the game on the big screen.
I may have no choice. I may be there with everybody hanging out for sure.
I better double check and make sure they don't have YouTube TV out there. You know, I feel like they don't, but who knows? I'm going to check in just in case. But yeah, we'll be there on Saturday, East Village on Palmer Lane. Our pregame show and also a live watch party. We'll have koozies. We'll have hats to give away. We'll have some other things to give away. And, of course, we'll all be enjoying the Longhorns battle Ohio State on Saturday. All right. Yeah, that's a storyline. And, you know, we'll have a resolution, I think, by Thursday's show. So I'm sure we'll be diving back into that more later this week either way. But very frustrating. Understandably so for YouTube TV users.
I'm old. I don't like all these changes. I'm not ready to go to Switchblade, Sling Blade, and Hooju or whatever. I can't be doing all these things.
What do the Jews have to do with this?
I can't do all these things. You know, I can't. That's too much change at this time of my life. I mean,
that's why I'm a little surprised you cut cable because of the change. Like, I just feel like a lot of olds. Yeah, I said it. They're pretty unreceptive to change, right? They like what they like, they know what they know, and they stick with it.
It was hard on me to go from Spectrum to YouTube, but I just had to. The Spectrum just kept, things just kept happening with Spectrum, and I had that big ass antenna on my house, and when the wind would blow too hard, everything would get screwed up. The internet was getting screwed up, and I mean, it's just, and I think I still have Spectrum internet. But the TV deal, I really enjoyed YouTube. I mean, I had no problems for 2 straight years. I guess I should be happy with that. 2 years, not a screw up. But now they got to have more money. They got the NFL, so they figured I got to get college football too.
It's just like college football, right? You pay more and you get less. It's how it works nowadays. And a lot of things. You pay more and you get less. And welcome to the world. Unfortunately.
Yep, that's. Oh, eventually I'm just going to have to tell my wife we're going to have to give up $20 more a month. I mean, that's because that's what it's going to come down to.
For sure. Every year it's going to be that increase. So brace yourselves and your wallets. All right, let's dive into some Sark Sound. We've got a lot of cuts to get into today. The head coach previewing Texas, Ohio State. His opening statement was 4.5 minutes long. We did not cut all of that. It'd be too much to play at one time. But I did cut what I think was the best part of Steve Sarkisian's opener yesterday, just talking about this game and how big of a matchup it is and how excited his guys are to take the field.
We've got 9 guys that started in that game a year ago. We had 30 players back that played in that game a year ago, so we do have some experience from that environment. But it should be a heck of a day. The fact that, this is going to be Lee Corso's swan song, and ESPN College Game Day is going to be there. Obviously, Fox with their big noon kickoff covering the game is going to be there. I think sets for a great environment and a great stage for this game. Naturally, it's a tall task. We've talked about this at length before the season, but we've got a tough road slate this year, and this is the first one of a few to come. And so it serves us good to have to go on the road early. Find out about ourselves, find out where we're at as a program, where we can improve, and where we can continue to get better, because we're going to travel more than any other SEC team this year in our conference. And so this is a great opportunity for us to go do that.
I like it. I like the fact that you're on the road and find out about your team early. At that first road trip, it doesn't matter who you play. I know somebody would like to be playing Morgan State or Florida A&M, but this is a great test for this football team that has, like you said, over 30 players that have played in this, got a chance to play in this game or be a part of it last year. So just get it going. Just start your season out with the number 2 team in the nation,
You're you imagine Texas playing a road game at Florida A&M this weekend or any weekend?
Oh, how awesome would that be? That would be, I mean, for the fans in Florida, that would be unfreaking believable. North Carolina at North Carolina A&T down in Greensboro, that would be unbelievable for the state of North Carolina and the state of Texas, basically. That'd be crazy. Well, when I was at Boston College, we were playing teams like, I think we played like Morgan State one year. When I was coaching, like my first couple of years, we played like Morgan State, West Virginia State or something like that. It was kind of crazy. I'm like, oh my goodness. Like,
West
man,
Virginia
these bands, they have more athletes than the band.
Yeah. Some of those HBCUs, man. That's why you go to those games for the halftime performances. Those bands are incredible. Sidebar here. My family used to go to the Grambling versus Prairie View A&M game every year at the Cotton Bowl.
Oh yeah. That still goes on, does it not?
I think it still does. Yeah. And it's safe to say there weren't a lot of my people at the Cotton Bowl that day. It was a different clientele than Texas OU. But we would go, we'd probably get there midway through the first quarter, and we would leave after halftime. Like, we went for the bands. It was awesome.
It was awesome. That's where Bullet Bob Hayes went to Florida A&M.
There you go. I like that. The great Bullet Bob Hayes. By the way, they're calling Matthew Golden Bullet up there in Green Bay because he rocks the number 22. Yeah. How's that for a comp right there? So let's dive into this. This was, I think, the first question that Sark was asked yesterday. Buck, it's a question you and I have debated back and forth a lot. I think every Texas fan, and I'm sure every Ohio State fan, has asked this question or been a part of a conversation where this question has arose. Steve Sarkisian was asked, would you rather this game be played in week 2 or week 3 instead of the opening game of your season? Here's what he said.
I think we would always, I guess, want it to be, you'd like to get something, some footing underneath you with some new players, some guys that maybe haven't played with you, even if they're transfers. But I think at the end of the day, it's like if it's both of ours first game, you feel okay. Where I'd be really uncomfortable if this was our first game and they had already gotten a game under their belt. So it just is what it is. You try to prepare your team as best you can. You try to minimize the self-inflicted wounds, and so that you can play as clean a football as possible come Saturday at noon.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's right. I mean, it's just, both teams have a lot of players they have to replace, and it's a different version of what you've done and what your culture's like the following year. That's all. And you got to whoever comes out with the least amount of mistakes will probably win the game. If your guys are well prepared and ready to go, and you're the number 1 team in the nation, and you make less mistakes than the number 2 team in the nation, you're probably going to win. But if you go up there and look like a bunch of stumble bums and jump off sides and have balls intercepted and lose 2 or 3 fumbles in the game, at their place, because you're at their place, that momentum is going to snowball and you're probably going to lose. So this is and I don't know. This team plays pretty well on the road. Like you said, they got one of the longest or the longest winning streak on the road in college football. So it shouldn't, even though you got a couple new people, as you said, 30 people played in this game, it's not going to be anything big to play at the Shoe. I know that game last year was up in Fort Worth, but who cares? It seemed like a home field advantage. Home field and away, when you're really good, it doesn't matter anymore. I mean, a game to me like Texas A&M, that home and away feel is a little bit different than going to the Shoe to me. That's not going to make those guys afraid. I mean, they went to Michigan last year. They know what it's like to play at a big stadium. So yeah. I think that's fine.
Whatever they're doing on these road trips, keep doing it because they've won
absolutely.
11 straight.
Don't want to change that script.
No, 11 straight true road wins for Texas. That's the longest active streak in college football. And the Longhorns' last true road loss was October of 2022 when they lost in Stillwater against Oklahoma State. Like, think about how much has changed with Texas football since then. They've won
college
the Big
football
12.
In general. No kidding.
Yeah. and they won a Big 12. They moved to the SEC. They've made it to 2 playoffs. They've won 2 playoff games. I think Sark's gotten 2 contract extensions since the last time Texas lost a true road game. So, yeah, obviously that's going to be tested not only this weekend, but if you get by this one, you got to go to the Swamp in October. You got to go to Athens in November. So if we're talking about, a 15-game true road winning streak in December, then, yeah, this team's going to be pretty special. But I think, like,
going to Big Ten stadiums and playing games, it ain't all that anyway.
Well,
sorry about that. I've been to the shoe. It ain't all that.
You didn't have any problems winning at that place. Everybody besides Michigan has had a problem winning at that place in the last few years.
Yeah,
and when you were around, it was pretty easy to win there, at least for you.
Oh, it was at home and at Ohio State. At Michigan has a different story. Going to that place was different, but this one didn't seem like it had all that historical voodoo on it. Like going to Notre Dame. That was kind of weird and scary. No matter how good or how bad they are, going there and seeing touchdown Jesus and being around there and never beating them there and never beating them ever as a coach or a player. It's just a weird feeling. It's not like going to Iowa with the pink locker room and all that. They don't do all that weird stuff like that,
Yeah, Notre Dame. That last time Texas played there, things did not go very well.
Dude, that's a different feeling as a coach and a player to go to Notre Dame Stadium, and they don't overwhelm you there. It's not, they only hold so many people there. It's not overly loud. It's just changing in that locker room, and coming out of that onto that field is just a weird. You get weird feelings at certain places. Notre Dame is definitely the one. Going to Texas A&M is another place. Going to the Cotton Bowl is another place. I got to believe going to Alabama, going to Tuscaloosa has to be that kind of feeling,
Yeah, sure.
And they'll find out this year going behind the hedges, will be a little different.
Between the hedges or behind the hedges?
Behind it, between it.
They don't get taken behind the hedges. That's not what we won in that game.
They'll knock you through the hedges. I mean, that'll be different too. That'll be a little bit different. I don't think the players will be overwhelmed by the shoe.
I don't think so either. And,
No.
Going back, like I hear coaches talk about it all the time, and I think Steve Sarkisian's talked about it all the time. The reason why I think every coach would prefer a game like this to be played in, week 2 or week 3 is, well, what does every coach say? You make your biggest changes with your team between week 1 and week 2. So,
and you know what to say to your team. You know how to handle them.
Right.
Whether it's a win or a loss, you know what you want to say to prepare them for game 2. Whether you win that, because you're going to be, if you win that first game, it's not, it doesn't come out perfect because your coaches have to get on them for game 2 as hard as they got them for game 1. They just do that. That's just in their nature is, okay, we won, we lost. I know what we got to do. We won. We still have to do a lot in game 2 so that these knuckleheads understand it's a long season and it's not over after game 1. If we win a big game in game 1, we got to get after them like we did in game 1 for game 2. It's like never ending. So you would like to have something underneath your belt, but I like it for both teams in game 1.
Well, that's the good news, right? Is that Ohio State has to deal with all of these things too. And look, it's well documented. Ohio State has more to replace than Texas does. Of course, the Longhorns have a lot of new faces, and this will be the biggest test for a lot of these guys in their college careers. But Ohio State lost more players. They lost both coordinators. Like, they've got more new on their side. So hopefully the classic thought is, all right, well, Texas, they have less to replace. Maybe that means there's less time it takes to transition from year to year.
Yeah, what you're trying to find out is who you're going to be able to rely on in game 1 in a big game. This is where you find out about who you're going to rely on in the whole season. As you said, which receiver, we'll start narrowing it down to, I can trust this guy. This guy makes, really tough catches. Ball doesn't have to be perfectly thrown to him. This running back will get you the 2 yards you need to get. I mean, you find out a lot about a guy in a big game like this in game 1. You start trusting people. You start trusting people for the year right off the bat.
Yeah, I like this glass half full thought from Roy. You got to get Ohio State early in the schedule, right? So they've got some things to figure out. and you get to take advantage of them in, I don't want to call it a transition year because that implies that they're going to be bad. I don't think they're going to be bad at all, but they've got a lot of new. So to get them early in the year before they have all of their stuff figured out, I think can bode well for Texas. Another one from Sark. This goes to the road game conversation. Sark was asked about the Longhorns' 11-game road winning streak, and he was asked why his team has been so successful away from home.
I think we trust our process. We've got a real process that we believe in our starting this morning, and what our practice plans look like, and the crowd noise that we work with, and then to Friday's routine, to game day's routine, and to really toning out what's going on outside of us and focus on what's going on between the white lines. And to your point, we've been in some tough venues. Playing at Kyle Field last year was a tough venue. Playing at Michigan last season, defending national champs. Going to Alabama the year before that. So we've been in some tough venues. I think doing it with confidence, knowing that adversity will strike, and then having a next play mentality, having the mental toughness to persevere to get on the other side of some of that adversity, I think is really important as well. But mostly it's staying connected. It's staying connected on that sidelines, being enamored with what we need to do, and not get so caught up in what's going on around us.
Yeah, I think when they went to Alabama a couple of years ago, that set the tone of this team for a lot of years of what it's like to be on the road and what it's like to be in a hostile environment. It just does. And obviously A&M, anytime you go down to College Station and the University of Texas and that rivalry, those games, you're set up for years to come. It doesn't just set you up for that year. Anybody had a uniform on, even if they didn't get into the game, they didn't play that day and they may be playing in the future, you're mentally already set for what's to come. And going to Alabama a couple of years ago has set this team in the right direction early. And then obviously going to play against the defending national champs last year and pounding them in their own place, which that place ain't too loud anyway. That's just a big old bowl. That's just a Coliseum. And all the sound goes out to the top and is gone. So it's just, I think that's what really has set the tone. If this was the first big trip that this team has taken in 2 years, this not going to Mississippi State or, not going to Death Valley, going to LSU or something like that. Those places are a little different. But now that the tone has been set, there's no place in college football that should scare this group.
No. I mean, the Michigan game that you talked about last year, that place may have started loud. It got quiet pretty quickly.
Yes, it did. It did stay. It wasn't very loud long.
And then College Station, that's Kyle Field, for all the crap we give Aggies and Aggie fans, that is a great home field experience. Yes, and now, obviously the first Texas game in a decade and a half, that place was going nuts. So obviously Texas fared pretty well in that one. Again, a lot of new players, but a lot of the guys. I mean, Arch Manning played in the A&M game. He scored a touchdown in the A&M game.
Plus you play every year at the Cotton Bowl. That thing is loud and nasty. I mean, it sets you up pretty good.
Yeah, I think it does. It's going to be a loud atmosphere. I'm not saying it's going to be quiet on Saturday, but Texas has played in a lot of those, and again, they fared very well in those over the last couple of seasons. And I like Sark. I mean, being enamored with ourselves. Sark used the word enamored like 5 or 6 times yesterday. If you were playing a drinking game based on that, you would have had a pretty fun time during his press conference. And then adversity. This is not going to be as easy as last year's Michigan game. Texas didn't face a lot of adversity week 2 at Michigan last year. They were up 24-3 at halftime, and really you could have turned the game off and watched other games or done something else with your Saturday. Everyone knew that game was over early. I don't think this game's going to be like that. I think Texas is going to face a lot of adversity. So it's, hey, put the previous play behind you. You're going to mess up. Things aren't going to go well. Arch, he might turn the ball over once. A receiver might drop a pass. An O-lineman might miss a block. A defender might miss a tackle, blown coverage, whatever. You can't let one mistake beat you twice. You can't let that stuff pile up on you individually or as a team, because that's where things start to get out of control.
And it is game 1. That's where things like this happen. It's game 1.
Yeah. So it's, just adversity strikes. How do you respond when things aren't going your way? That's key to win anywhere, but that's really key to win on the road, and especially in big games against really good teams on the road. So how does Texas respond when things, again, don't go the way that they plan? That'll be a big test on Saturday.
Yeah,
All right.
That's going to be an awful lot of fun for those players. I mean, for guys who are, getting their first start. I mean, that is playing against the best, playing against the number 2 team in the nation. I mean, that's a good football team. That's a team that just got through beating you. They know what you're all about, and they know how excited you'll be about coming there. But that group will be excited because that's a home game. That's at their house now. That's going to be fun for them,
Dude, Ohio State is so annoyingly good. Like, I went and just looked up their year-by-year records yesterday.
Yeah, they don't lose too often, dude.
Since 2004, they have had just 2 seasons with single-digit wins. One of those years was the COVID year where they played for the national championship. They were 7-1 because they only played 8 games, and their only loss was to, Steve Sarkisian, Nick Saban, and Alabama that year. And then the other year was 2011, the Luke Fickell interim year when Jim Tressel had just got fired because he was breaking all those NCAA rules. Like, every normal year Ohio State has had in my football lifetime, basically, they have been a 10-win or more team. They are so good always. So I don't think anyone in that locker room is taking them lightly. Vegas has them favored, so they're not taking them lightly. I don't know if any Texas fan should ever be taking Ohio State lightly. Pretty damn good.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I've never, like I said, I've been on buses, go right there and get right in. I've never been a fan at a place like Ohio State. I've only heard bad stories. I've never heard good stories about what their fans are like. If you're another fan, it's like Texas Tech. I've always gone right from the locker room onto a bus and not had to worry about it. It's like if you're a fan of Texas going there. I mean, that's more of a, rivalry, kind of in the home state, semi-respect, I guess. Throwing tortillas is not a big deal. Who the hell cares? Yeah. But I got a feeling from what I hear about Ohio State fans, it gets ugly. I mean, in your face kind of ugly if you're there as a fan.
There are a lot of people who were at that game in 2005 who won't be at this game this weekend. Like, they refuse to go back to Columbus because of what happened 20 years ago. So Texas won that game, by the way, too.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's a bad memory with the game. It was an epic game, and the Longhorns got the win at the end. But, the way the fans apparently treated Texas fans was so bad that, I know a decent amount of people who are going this weekend, but, like, a lot of them are people around my age, so they were too young to go 2 decades ago. A lot of folks are, like, again, scarred for some reason because of the way Buckeyes fans were treating them. So that's a soft fan base too. I don't know if you saw this, and we won't spend too much time on this because it's such a sidebar to the game. But Dave Portnoy, who's the founder of Barstool, he's a Michigan grad and a big Michigan fan, and he's obviously talked a lot of trash about Ohio State over the years. Fox hired him to be like a part of their Big Noon Kickoff pregame show. And Ohio State yesterday announced that they are banning Dave Portnoy. He's not allowed in the stadium to do the show this weekend. This is also a team, mind you, that had a lawmaker pass a law that banned fake planting a flag into a field because they got their little feelings hurt. They lost to Michigan again.
Yeah, they're kind of soft.
This is the softest and dumbest fan base. They also want their head coach fired every time they lose a game. I'm like, dude, Ryan Day's 70-10 as the head coach there. I would kill for Steve Sarkisian to have that record. He lost more than 10 games in his first 2 years here. And they want their coach fired all the time. He's never good enough. They cry about flags. They cry about media personalities coming into their venues. It's like, how soft are these guys?
Yeah, I love it when they start warning you, tell your fans don't come to the Ohio State game. That's crappy. Hurry up and play them and then get them off your schedule so you don't have to deal with them anymore unless it's a playoff game,
Yeah. Well, Texas will play them. Remember, they make the return trip next year.
I know.
So Texas will have to deal with Buckeye fans here in Austin. I think that's game 2 of the 2026 season. But yeah, look, I mean, at the playoff game, like, I was sitting around mainly Texas fans, but I didn't have any super negative interactions with Ohio State fans. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're different in Columbus, or who knows? But yeah, weird bit there. So, all right.
Well, they're really going to be pissed when Corso puts on the Longhorn headgear.
You think he will?
Yes.
Okay. Boy, that'd be something, right? Go out with a bang, one final upset pick.
Oh yeah,
that'd be fun. Lee Corso's most famous pick, at least from a Texas standpoint, was him picking the Longhorns over USC.
What was wrong with him?
Yeah, he was smarter than you. The guy who covers Texas, the guy who was doing radio in Austin. You chose SC to win that game, but Lee Corso knew what was going on. He had the right side. He was on the right side of history, Buck.
Yeah, I was having a bad bowl season. Then I was 0 for like 12, which is hard to do.
Somehow you missed every single bowl prediction that year, apparently.
That's not supposed to be possible, is it?
It's impressively bad, actually.
Hey, sometimes you gotta laugh at yourself. Hey, sometimes you just have to laugh at yourself.
Boom. I've always said this, like, if you have a 4-team or more parlay and you miss all 4 of your picks, that's just as impressive as hitting all 4 of them. And I'm not saying you should get the money you would have won. I'm saying you should get your money back. If you 4-team like spread parlay, not money line where you're taking a bunch of dogs who have no chance to win, then you don't get your money back. But if you're taking like 4 spreads on a parlay and they all miss, you should get your money back from the casinos in Vegas.
I'm going to talk to my cousin about let's make that happen this year.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll want it to happen, of course, because they love giving out money at those casinos, don't they?
No, they do not.
All right. More sound from Sark. We'll get Steve Sarkisian's thoughts on Arch Manning. Sark was asked what his message is to Arch this week, and also why do you feel that Arch is ready for his first true road start? But before we dive back into some sound, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick with all the parking that you want at 5222 Burnett Road. All the Texas-themed items that you're looking for, polos, shirts, you name it, they've got it, caps. They will have it all there. I don't know if Jay's got any more of those scheduled classes, but he'll have everything you need for your tailgate, everything, spatulas, you name it for your tailgates. They've got it there with Longhorn themed products there at Sue Patrick. Plus the jelly cats are there available for you. We'll be there Thursday. Going to be hanging out there Thursday this week. So come join us. Come say hello, but go on by. Orders over $59, free curbside pickup, orders online. There's that hat. There's that hat right there. You got to have that hat for the game on Saturday. And they come in all different colors too. 5222 Burnett Road is the spot, or go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
We'll be out there on Thursday. Can't wait.
Absolutely, man.
Shout out to Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave, part of the Covert Auto Group that's been around Austin for more than 100 years. And Covert Bee Cave, it is a beautiful dealerships. And I say ships plural because they've got 3 dealerships all on one lot, featuring 7 different brands, featuring 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs. So if you're not sure exactly what you're looking for, just go out there and walk the lot. You can kill a couple of hours doing just that. Their selection is that big. The people there are fantastic. Say hi to Dan Covert, Mike, Stacy, Jerome, Ron, Cameron, the whole squad. Great people. They treat us like family. They'll treat you like family as well. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. CovertBeeCave.com for more information. Also, a quick shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You see Buck rocking a TSU hat this morning. That was made by our buddy Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you have a business that needs hats, shirts, signs, posters, whatever, or if you got a big event coming up, maybe tailgates this year, you want to get some signage out at DKR, boom, Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They can make it all happen for you. Just reach out to Adam directly, 512-300-9641. Find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
Yeah, by the way, when you see Brutus, Buckeye Brutus there, most of the kids in that area in Columbus, all the kids have heads like that dude. That's what their heads look like. That's when they get on the school bus every morning. That's exactly what. Can you imagine them trying to fit into a school bus with heads like that? That's great.
Giant watermelon-shaped dome.
Oh yeah. Oh, they've got domes. Yeah, I bet you that little guy, whoever's in there, or a little gal, they stink too. Sort of like a little Bevo dude. Oh.
I've never been to Columbus. I've never been to the state of Ohio, but that's a hilarious thought. Every kid in that entire state just walking around shaped like that.
Yeah, that's what little waterhead boys. Oh my God.
They just walk around like punching their head a bunch like Brutus does.
Oh, walking into walls, trying to get on buses, trying to get in Ubers with that head. Can you imagine that? Trying to get into an Uber with that head. Man,
wide
oh man.
To get into a car to fit through a doorway. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. Oh, football is back. The trash talk is commencing.
I don't want this to become some weird rivalry. I just want to play them this year and next year and get them off the schedule. Get out of here.
Well, here's the thing. You almost want to play Ohio State a lot because they're always good. They're always in the mix. So, last year it was a good thing that Texas played Ohio State. Obviously, the result wasn't good, but, that's the type of team you are going to see in the college football playoff more often than not.
Absolutely.
So if you want to win, you can obviously win a national championship without playing Ohio State. They could be on the opposite side of the bracket and lose, but like we saw them play last year, we could see 2 Texas-Ohio State games this year. We could see 2 next year, and then we could see 1 every year after that. So, yeah, it's like, I get it, but fan base might be obnoxious, but that's the standard. Them and Georgia, and we'll see what Alabama turns into under Kalen DeBoer. Obviously, with Nick Saban, they were at the top of that conversation, but that's what you want to be. And those teams, and it felt like Clemson. It felt like 3 of those 4 teams were in the playoff pretty much every year. When it was a 4-team playoff, now you've got 12. Feels like, all of those teams are going to be in more often than not.
By the way, my YouTube gets affected. That's the Baylor game is on that, right?
Yeah, Friday night.
Damn it.
Baylor Auburn. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I know you're dying to watch that one because your cousin's betting a ton on Baylor.
Yeah, man. I'm feeling good about Baylor, Clemson, and Notre Dame.
I like that. You gonna parlay those 3 this weekend?
Could be a 3-team parlay along with, sorry about that, Carolina, but TCU's getting game 1, coach.
Oh, if you do that parlay, that's a Friday game, a Saturday game, a Sunday game, and a Monday game.
Wow.
That's the ultimate opening weekend parlay right there if you hit it. All right, back to Sark. And back to Arch Manning. Steve Sarkisian was asked about his message to Arch Manning this week. Of course, Arch going into his first year as the starter. It's not his first career start, but it is his first career start on the road. Sark was asked about what he's going to be telling Arch leading up to this game.
It's go be him. That's really our messaging to all of our players, though. You don't have to do anything you've never done before. You don't have to. We're not asking any superhuman efforts of you to do anything that is extraordinary. Just go be you. What you've done is good enough to get us to this point, and to get him to this point in this juncture of his career. Now go play the way he's capable of playing to the style that he's comfortable doing it. And so I'm not a big the best way I speak to our players is me remaining consistent with who I am. And I think one of the mistakes sometimes coaches can make is having more talks, more conversations, more one-on-one meetings than you would normally have. Well, now I'm out of character for me, which then in turn can get them out of character. So we'll stick to the routine and the plan of when I meet with the quarterback individually and try to put ourselves in position to go play well.
I like that. Hey, meeting for the sake of meeting. Is that what you're talking about? Let's just meet so we can say we met? No, thank you. Just go do what you need to do. As I said, I think the players will have to rise to what his level of play is. And if they do that, I think they'll be just fine. Because I think he'll play well. I think he'll lead. I think he'll play well. I don't think it'll be always as smooth as, just being who you are. I mean, there are going to be some things. I mean, the other guys on the other side are pretty good too. So you're going to have to do some things. There's going to be some disappointments at times. How you bounce back from those disappointments, that's up to the guys around you to help you out. It's not him having to help them. It's them having to help him. So I think things should work out just fine. And which leads me to believe that dude is going to be taking off and being an athlete. He's going to be doing things where you're going to be holding your breath a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's part of his game, and that's playing within the style of his game, as Steve Sarkisian was talking about. Now, you hope Arch Manning doesn't try to go hero ball on this thing, looking like
I don't need him to do Gunnar Helm things like try to jump over people. When Gunnar Helm was doing that as a tight end on the sideline, I'm like, those are the things that you don't. It's like, dude, we don't need to see that. That's not the kind of stuff we need to see.
No, it's not. It's not. And you also don't need to see him taking off and running 15 times in this game, right? And I know Sark trusts Arch's legs. I know Arch trusts his own legs, but you also have to trust the 10 guys around you that you could throw the ball in a pretty tight window and they're going to make a play for you.
Absolutely.
Or you could chuck this ball down the field. It's a 50-50 ball, but your receiver is going to go up and make it happen for you.
Yep.
Or you could throw the ball to a running back in the flat. Yeah, there might be a defender there, but Trey Wisner or CJ Baxter, they're going to make that guy miss and turn it into a positive play. Like, it's got to be so much trust involved. And that goes for everybody, not just the quarterback. Like, these guys have to trust the guys around them that they're going to get their jobs done. And yeah, you don't want anybody trying to put the entire team on their back against a team like this. It's not going to end well.
No, there's no reason to do that. There's no reason to do it. You got a lot of really capable bodies around you, players that have some experience. You've got, your offensive line is a couple of new guys, but have been in games. Your running backs are veteran. That's a veteran running back group now. Hard to say that with a junior and a sophomore who's coming off an injury, but that's that they played in big games. They're going to be able to help you out. I'm like I said, I'm expecting this run game to go for about 140. I'll be happy with that. I'll know they're in a game. It's when the coach keeps getting these, 2nd and 9s that I'll get worried about. I mean, you got to you got to do something with the ball when you turn it around and hand off on first down. There got to be some 3+s, 6-yard runs, things like that have to happen in this football game.
Oh, you got to win on early downs, right? You got to be ahead of the chains against this Ohio State defense. Yes, they lost a lot, but it's still one of the best in the country, even with the new coordinator. And points are going to be at a premium in this game. Hell, yards are going to be at a premium in this game. And, you cannot be, like you said, 2nd and 9, 2nd and 8 repeatedly. No. Of course, it's going to happen. That's how the sport works. But you cannot be 2nd and long, obviously 3rd and long, time and time again. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day for the Texas offense.
And then just to see with this, I just think this special teams is going to be a lot better. And that's really going to help this group out, especially in a game like this. You need to be, your special teams needs to be right on cue. You can't have a poor special teams game in this game. It just can't happen.
Bring up special teams because, like, Sark, at the end of that, I don't know why he said this. I get what he's saying, but also he made this mistake. At least a lot of Longhorn fans would argue that he made the exact mistake that he was talking about other coaches making at the end of the Arizona State game. Remember, before Bert Auburn goes out and kicks that field goal at the end of regulation, Steve Sarkisian, who normally doesn't say anything to Bert Auburn, he goes and has a one-on-one conversation with him right on camera in front of everybody, and Bert Auburn misses the kick. Now, I didn't have a problem with it because Sark wasn't doing that before, and Auburn wasn't making shit. So to me, it was like, hey, try something new. That's fine. Yeah. But people got mad at Sark. It's like, why? Dude, there's already enough pressure. Why are you getting in his head? Why are you making this a bigger kick than you normally would?
So the new kicker, don't go out and put your arms around him on his first kick. Let him just go do his thing.
So obviously I'm Team Sark here, and we're Team Sark here. But like literally in the second to last game that Texas played last year, the head coach did exactly that. I think coaches, they try to talk too much to the players or do too much in big games or big spots. It's like, oh, all right, coach, like maybe take your own advice on that one there, sir.
Leave him alone. He's a kicker. He's used to being by himself in a corner somewhere.
Again, I didn't have a problem with it. It's documented. We talked about that game obviously a lot after it was over. Auburn, he couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat when Sark wasn't talking to him. So hey, why not? And my problem was, now I remember, I think Sark was too soft. Remember, Sark was like smiling and laughing when the camera called him.
You thought he should have punched him in the side of the head before he went out there.
I thought he should have Woody hazed him.
Yeah.
It's a little throat punch. Hey, just grab him, like pull his jersey like a bully, shoving a kid up against a locker. You better make this kick or we're forcing you out.
Yeah. You'll be walking back to Austin.
Yeah. They basically
You'll
told
be
him
walking
to leave.
to Miami.
Yeah. So, all right. One more from Sark here talking about Arch as we bring it back to that. Sark was asked, why do you feel Arch is ready? Relatively short answer, but I think an important one. Here's Sark talking about his confidence in his signal call.
Just prepared well. He's practiced well, and he's had to go against our defense every day. He's been in these environments. You know, it's not like we didn't put him in the game in the semifinal game last year. We put him in the game at Texas A&M. He's had to go in. Now he just gets to play more snaps, which I know he's excited about.
Yeah, it's the dude's turn. That's all.
Yeah,
it's just, you know, that whole college football thing. I mean, one guy graduates and moves on. Next guy, it's your turn now. So it's this kid's turn. I know there are so many high expectations, not just from Texas fans, but the whole nation about this kid at quarterback. You know, it's so it's his turn. I mean, he's been groomed to do this. It's now his opportunity. Now it's his opportunity to do it. So, but to me, I just think he's kind of a little bit of a cut of above. I think there's a little something extra in him that you better be able to play up to his level. And if you play up to his level, everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, well, the good news for Arch is he's appeared in 12 games in his college career, and he started two of them. Again, I mean, Stark's right. The snap count's obviously different. We know he's never started a game on the road, so I'm not going to try to compare this Saturday to the other Saturdays that he's been involved in.
But I agree with you 100%. That guy's been in games. This isn't his first college football game coming up where he's nervous about the first snap coming at him. I mean, he's done this already.
Right. Yeah, they put him in the playoff game against Ohio State on a 4th down. That was a big spot. He converted the 4th down. He took a shot when he did that. They put him in on a 4th down against A&M. It turned that into a touchdown. Like, he's played in hostile environments. He's played in big games and big moments. And yeah, I mean, it's been pretty good. So yeah, this isn't new. Like, it's different if we're talking about a guy who's going into his first year as a starter, but let's just use Bryce Underwood as an example. Like, Bryce Underwood is going to be Michigan's starter in their first game. That guy's coming straight out of high school. Yeah. Talk about pressure. Everybody knows that guy signed a $10 million NIL deal to play at Michigan. Like, his last name's not Manning, so it's not quite the same. But up there, it's like, dude, that's a tough situation. You feel a lot better about a guy who's going into year 3 with the same coach and quarterback coach and coordinator, and he's played in 12 games than you do about a guy like that who literally
coming out of
just
high school.
Coming straight out of high school, the $10 million man. So that's, you know, in Texas, you've got the quarterback edge, at least in terms of experience, over your opponent. I mean, Julian Sayin did appear in some games last year for Ohio State, but I think he only threw 12 passes last year. Arch threw 90. So, and Arch started a couple of games. Julian Sayin started none. Sayin's got the advantage of playing at home. Sayin's got some really good wide receivers and tight ends to throw the ball to. So, like, I think he's a talented cat too. Don't get me wrong, but you've got the quarterback edge in terms of experience in this matchup. And again, you feel like just because it's a first-year starter, doesn't feel like a guy who's completely new to this thing. That should make the learning curve a little bit easier.
Yeah, and as I said, if that dude has some success early, look out.
Look out, Buckeyes.
Look out for the Buckeyes. Need to look out. That's where we get my double-digit victory here.
That would be nice. Yeah, I mean, if Texas just marches down the field. Like, they almost did that against Michigan last year. They got the ball. They moved it pretty well. They had a couple of penalties, I think false starts on Cam Williams, and they got into field goal range, and then Bert Auburn missed a kick. And it was like, at the time, before we knew what that game was going to turn into, it's like, what a wasted opportunity. We had a chance to throw the first punch and send a message, and this drive stalled out and ended up with 0. If you get the ball first and you march down the field and find the paint, then
and I don't want the ball first on Saturday.
Okay, I was going to ask you at some point.
No,
if you win the toss, you're deferring to the second half.
Yeah, for sure. I want to put their young quarterback who's never started out there first, and get him and keep him in that territory, and then put some pressure on a punt and get the ball in great field position for Arch in his first series. So that's what I'd like to see. Now What Texas can't afford to do is have them march down the field.
Yeah,
they can't even have 3. They can't even change field position.
No, I wouldn't like that. Yeah, quick 3 and out is optimal. And,
Yes.
for Texas, yeah, you put the young kid out there, see what he's got. And also, the strength of this Texas team is the defense.
Right.
So you put your best unit on the field first. They can make the first statement. You know what is a statement? An interception? A strip sack fumble?
Yes.
Obviously, if that turns into a pick 6 or a scoop and score,
loss of 3 on the first run, bubble it out, try to bounce outside and lose 3 yards on first down. Yeah, that's a win right there now.
You can make statements with your defense, and this Texas defense, they made a lot of them last year, and I think they're going to make a lot of them this year, and give them the first opportunity to make the first big play for you. I don't hate that strategy at all. Maybe the most important thing that Steve Sarkisian said yesterday, it was the shortest answer he gave. Buck, we talked about Trevor Goosby during yesterday's show and how he's battling some sort of hand injury that he suffered in last Saturday's scrimmage, and it caused him to miss a good chunk of practice last week. Here's the question and the answer. We got them both because this cut is so short. Sark being asked about Trevor Goosby's status for Saturday.
Steve, I know he'd been banged up earlier in camp. Do you expect to have Trevor Goosby this weekend?
Yeah, I do.
To the point, Buck.
Just right to the point, yeah. Still no indication of what that deal is with his hand.
Yeah, I don't love when reporters, and I've done this before too, like when you ask a yes or no question, because you don't get much of that. Like some coaches will take a yes or no question and elaborate for 30 seconds and give you exactly
you mean like the fire hose guy?
Yeah. There's exactly. But it's like, I would have loved to have known, hey, what's going on with Trevor Goosby? Could you tell us a little bit about what he's dealing with instead of, yes or no, is Trevor Goosby available for you on Saturday? And there was no follow-up, like, is he 100%? It was literally, do you expect to have him this week? Look, the good news is, yes, he's going to be out there this weekend. I don't think the coach is lying about that. But, I'd love to know, is he going to be 100%? Is he going to be wearing a giant club on his hand where he can't, like, block people with both hands? He's just going to be, like, playing tetherball with the edge rushers on Ohio State? Like, what exactly is going on? But, again, the main point is Trevor Goosby will be out there on Saturday, and he's one of the most important players on this team.
Yeah, they need him. I could see if somebody came in and spell him after a couple series on if he's got a bruise or something or some kind of fracture that's going to be aggravated. Because if you find out that it's some kind of hand injury, BK, where he's playing with hairline fracture or whatever, guess what? It's going to be that way all year. That's not going to heal itself once you start to play. That's going to get aggravated and irritated and everything else. So now, like I said, if it's some kind of gash that you can't stop, it's in blood and everything else and stitches reopen. If it's that kind of injury, that's why if that were the injury, we would have found out because there'd be blood and people would see that at practice and they'd be on the sideline with him, trying to stitch it up and he'd be missing practice because of that. If it's a gash, that would bother me. If it's a bruise, it is what it is. It ain't getting better after the first game.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like speculating about injuries, but again,
how is that one kept so quiet? How is this one kept so quiet?
They've done a good job this year, right?
Yes, they have.
Emmett Mosley, somebody asked a question about Emmett Mosley, the Stanford transfer wide receiver, and he's dealing with a left leg injury or a lower leg injury.
I love the lower leg injury. Come on. What is it? Is it an ankle? Did he,
well, Sark was asked about him yesterday, and he pretty much said, I didn't cut this up, but he's like, yeah, we like Emmett Mosley a lot, but he hasn't been a full participant in fall camp, and we really expect him to.
That means that's not healed.
He basically said we expect him to be a major contributor as the season goes along, I think is what he said. So to me, I took that as Emmett Mosley's not going to play this Saturday.
Right. Yeah, that's enough. That tells you enough right there.
When the coach is like, oh, we expect him to be a big piece later in the year or as the year is going along, then it's like, all right, well, he's probably not going to be out there in game one. So that sucks. But yeah, they have kept their cards close to their vest. The Andre Kojo news, you lose a guy for the season. You kind of have to tell that one.
Right.
Like a guy's undergoing ACL surgery, that one you can't really keep under wraps. But they've, again, they've done a decent job of not telling people. It's annoying because we would like to know. But, Trevor Gooseby and Emmett Mosley dealing with ailments. Sounds like Gooseby's fine. Mosley seems like a little bit further behind in terms of.
Baxter's a full go.
CJ Baxter's a full go, man. All good with CJ Baxter right there, which is obviously great news. Texas relatively healthy, knock on wood. Still 4 days before the first game, and they're still practicing this week. But for the most part, the Longhorns are pretty healthy. They're definitely healthier going into this year than they were going into week 1 last year. That's for sure.
Now, is more like totally done with that foot injury? I mean, he's been full go throughout the summer, huh?
Yeah, I mean, DeAndre Moore. I mean, he was a little limited in the spring, but I think summer and I know in the fall he's been out there every single day. So
that's awesome.
He's good to go. Speaking of receivers, you asked about DeAndre Moore. What about Ryan Wingo? Steve Sarkisian was asked about Wingo going into year 2. Last year, I don't want to call Wingo a gadget guy because that almost feels disrespectful, but he wasn't asked to do a ton of receiver stuff consistently. And it felt like Texas found creative ways to get Ryan Wingo the ball because he was behind a lot of good receivers on the depth chart.
Yes.
Obviously, this year he's the guy and the best chance to be the number 1 for Arch Manning. Sark was asked about Ryan Wingo's development and kind of what type of role he expects him to have in his sophomore season.
I just think it's development, Joe. It's more like these guys come in and we can't get them ready to do everything. And so you're just trying to put them in position to do some of the things that they do well. And Ryan was a great example of that a year ago. We ran reverses and shots down the field with him. But all the while we were trying to develop his game to be a more complete player. And I think that to his credit, like Anthony, the most important thing in Ryan Wingo's life is being a great football player. And he pours into it every single day. And the result is he's become a better player. And I think that now it's our job to try to put him in more positions to have some success.
Yeah, like I said, I think Sark will do just that. He'll put him in position so he has some success early. So some of the natural abilities that he had, we'll just take our chances in throwing that baby out there, him one-on-one versus another athlete. I'll take a chance, but he wants to get him some balls to him where we know we can get balls to him, and then he can run after all that stuff. But it's just, like you said, it's just development. I mean, he's got a really great coach, and some guys look the part as freshmen, but they don't understand the offense. They don't understand the nuances of the offense and exactly where we want you to be. You go out there and run a route and you get knocked off the route and you just stop right there. You thought you at the right depth, but that's not the place that you're supposed to be. That takes some time to develop that. So he's probably at that point right now that they've got him developed to the point where they can get him some balls and then they can trust him in some longer balls. But they're still going to do some natural ability stuff. You're still going to see him on reverses and things like that, where that big sucker just gets a chance to run, and do natural things with it, which I think they could even done more of that last year with him.
I do too. Talking a lot about last year's Michigan game. Remember, Ryan Wingo had that 55-yard reverse run in that one that set up a Texas touchdown. Like, that was one of the big plays in that game early on, and that was
just a hard dude to tackle. He's big.
Yeah, he's big. He's fast. He's a track star in high school too. Yeah. He's 6'2", 215, I think is what he's listed at, and he can go. So there aren't a lot of guys on the field at that size and that speed, and you want the ball in those guys' hands as often as you possibly can. So I think Wingo's going to have a great year. Like, I don't know if this is a bold prediction because I know there are other people making it. I think Wingo goes for 1,000 yards this year.
That would be awesome. They have a great chance of winning if the guy in his sophomore year is ready to go like that and gets the nuances of being a wide receiver in this offense with this quarterback. Look out for, if they're together for a couple of years. That makes good. That's wonderful music. That's wonderful music for the running backs to hear. It's not good news for secondaries of other teams.
No. Oh my God. Yeah. 2 years of Arch and Wingo together could be special. And look, you might not think 1,000 yards is that big of a prediction. Matthew Golden last year didn't get to 1,000 yards. Think about how good he was in this Texas offense. So I'm just that high on Ryan Wingo. He's been one of the most impressive players during fall camp. And
Yeah,
it
I want
really
to see
feels
which one
like
of these young receivers, BK, jumps out. One of these freshman receivers just jumps off the board, gets in a game, and has some good things happen. And all of a sudden, he's the trusted one of the group. You're not going to have two of the four guys that are that do it. You may have one. If you have two, that would be awesome. You know, that they really trust that, you know what, it's a big situation. This guy can absolutely fly and he can catch. Let's get him down the field. And if those young guys have some success, you know, just the natural athlete guys, that'd be great to see. You know, the ones that are like, he's still 17 kind of guys. If you have one of those dudes.
Yeah, I agree. Wingo, one last thing. I mean, he's been really good at all three levels in the fall and really feels like he's picked it up over the last couple of weeks. But, the freshmen are going to have to play, especially if Emmett Mosley does not play on Saturday. Right. So I think you're starting three and your top three when Texas is in 11 personnel, which is the formation they use more than any other. It'll be Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, and Parker Livingston. None of those guys are freshmen. Now, Livingston is a redshirt freshman who has 0 career catches under his belt. So that's a guy that a lot is expected from right away. And speaking of guys who were really impressive in the fall, that guy was incredibly impressive all off season long. So Livingston is that guy. And then, you've got 4 true freshmen that you brought in this year. We'll see. Sounds like Dalen McCutcheon's been really good. I think Dalen McCutcheon and Khalil Lockett, those are the two that I've heard about the most. Lockett plays the same position as Mosley, so maybe that opens the door for a little bit more snaps for him this weekend. McCutcheon a little smaller, more of a slot guy. But, you need more than 3, especially in a game like this. So, maybe it's Aaron Butler.
You'll know as a fan, by the way, you'll know as a fan on the first catch and run that they have what they're going to be like, you know?
I think you'll know if they're just on the field. Like, that's a big deal for Sark and Chris Jackson. They don't again, it was kind of tough to get Ryan Wingo snaps, and Ryan Wingo was awesome. So, you'll know if the coaches trust them enough in this game to put them on the field. Like, that to me is pretty telling of what player they believe these guys are.
Yeah, they just have, once they're there, they're going to have to perform. If it's thrown to them, they're going to have to catch it. You know, it can't be, catch 2, drop 3. I mean, it's got to be, you got to make the plays. And like I said, once they have some success, look out. It's one of those young guys. One of those young guys is going to have a fantastic year, and they're going to depend on him an awful lot. And I'm going to say 2 maybe.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, my guess is it's hard to get in that circle of trust. All right, get the invite to the cool kids table in the lunchroom. And it's probably easy to get kicked out.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be easy to get kicked out. It
won't
be because they don't like you. It'll be because they'll say, you're just not ready.
Yeah, if Khalil Lockett, his first catch, he fumbles the ball, turns into a turnover, then I don't think we're going to see Khalil Lockett play the rest of the way.
Right.
Sorry to use him as an example. No offense, Khalil. But, that's in a spot like this where turnovers are so crucial and every play is at a premium, you can't be having drops or turnovers or just mental mistakes or guy runs the wrong route and Arch throws a pick because of it, then we got to see.
All he has to do is run the right route, catch the ball, get a first down. They're going to go to him again. They're going to trust him again after that.
Yeah, do your job, as they say. Do your job, Bill Belichick. All right, more sound from this game, or more sound about this game. We'll let you hear more from Steve Sarkisian. We also have some NFL storylines to get into, some unfortunate news for the Houston Texans, and everyone else besides the Cowboys is paying their stars right now. So we'll get to those stories in a moment. But first, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized, patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical care for children and adults, spinal care, trauma care, sports medicine, joint replacement, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. We love the guys there. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. And a shout out to centextickets.com as well. If you're looking for last minute tickets, to the shoe. Texas, Ohio State, guess what? There's still plenty available online right now at centextickets.com. If you're not making the trip to Columbus, well, how about the Homo next weekend? Texas, San Jose State, they've got you covered. Tickets all season long to every Longhorn game, home and away, and hopefully postseason too. Your one-stop shop for any of your ticket needs all season long is centextickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10. They're giving you a 10% discount. That's right. CENTEX10, you type that in at checkout. Easy for me to say. You'll get 10% off of any ticket purchase from centextickets.com.
Our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, make sure everything's working properly now. It's going to get a little cooler next week, but it's still feeling like it's 100 degrees each and every day so far. Hopefully we'll get a little rain next week, maybe towards the end of the weekend. But folks, make sure that air conditioning is working properly, and get ready and prepare yourself for heat that you'll need when the winter months come. Make sure they look at the filters, check all your filters out. I know it's hard to talk about winter, but that's just around the corner. We don't get a long time of it, but if we get 3 days of it, that's long enough. And you want to make sure that your heating system is working properly with everything cleaned up, and the technicians at Woods Comfort Systems will get that done just for you. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. They also do a great job at plumbing. Ask Wags. They need plumbing at his house regularly, it sounds like.
Yeah, woodscomfortsystems.com. They've got your back, and AV Consultations has your back as well. Buck was talking about his 85-inch TV setup that was hooked up by the pros at AV Consultations. Y'all see these two screens behind me every single day. See how good they look? No wires sticking out. They're perfectly aligned. And, the screen is great. The picture is great. All done by AV Consultations. Of course, I've got the 4 TV set up in the next room. If you want that, if you want the big screen, if you want the home theater room, if you want the patio TV setup, whatever, Audiovisual Consultations can make it all happen for you. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. Thousands of satisfied customers, including just about everybody on our network. They will take care of you and make your home the place to be for everybody all season long. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or online at avconsultations.com.
So we'll be northeast for the pregame show. Is that where it is? The area is northeast?
Yes, northeast. It'll be 3500 East Palmer Lane. East Village is the name of the spot. If you want to type it into your Google or Apple Maps, and that will get you there. And the event starts at 9. Buck and I will be there a few minutes before starting our pregame show, and they'll be open all day long. They'll have food trucks on site. They'll be serving drinks as well. Got a nice giant outdoor area to hang out, plus big screen TVs with the sound on. You don't have to worry. Hopefully you don't have to worry about YouTube TV. I got to make sure they don't have YouTube TV, but I feel like they'll find a way to make sure that you're good to go there.
Oh, they'll be paying the extra $20 a month. They don't care. Those places, all those places will have the game.
Hell, I'll give them my Rectum login if
there you go.
They have YouTube TV, so we'll have the game on out there. But yeah, pregame show and watch party at East Village this Saturday. The party will be happening, I think, till 4 o'clock. So even a couple hours after the game, if you want to hang out and chill, that is the place to go.
Let me ask you this, BK. What do you expect from Jack Entries? How many passes do you expect in game one? I'm going to say 6.
6 catches?
6 catches.
Okay. I like that number right there.
That sounds okay, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd sign up for that. I don't think Sark got asked a Jack Entries question, but everything we've heard about him has been positive since he got here. And I expect him to be a weapon for the Longhorns this year. Yeah, I'll take 6 catches right there. And what do we say? Like 6 catches for 52 yards and a touchdown. Can we get that?
Yeah, get in the scoring zone. Let's go ahead and get a touchdown for him.
That's scoring zone. Glad you said that, because that's a great segue. And hopefully Jack Entries can be one of those guys who can help in the red zone. Even though you had Gunnar Helm, he just put together the best tight end season in Texas football history. Even with that guy on the field, you still struggled inside the 20s. You know, Sark was cracking jokes yesterday. He's in a good mood. I think everybody's in a good mood, right? Game week, football's back, first game of the year, preseason number 1. A lot of reasons.
Yeah, that smile, that smile will change here by tomorrow, Wednesday. Things get a little things start to get a little tighter.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes, right? The Monday presser, especially after a win, Sark's in a good mood. And then the Thursday presser, right? The second time we get to hear from him, he's usually like, he looks tired and he's short and testy and he's not having as much fun by that point. So
yeah, I got a feeling with him. This is a long season. We play in a tough conference. We want to play well. The outcome is what it is. Do we look like can we get better? Win, lose, or draw? Can we get better in a hurry? Because we have to. You know, we've got some patsies after that, but that first SEC game on the road again is I think will be a tough game. So I think he just wants to know in game one, do they have the capabilities of getting a lot better, or are we good from the get-go? You know, so they're a little tight about that.
Well, let's play this cut. It's the Q and the A. It's a Kirk Bowles question. Okay. And I think it's a fair question. I think it's a question that a lot of us want to know the answer to, but it's also a question that Steve Sarkisian has been asked a lot over the offseason. It's about the red zone. So here is the back and forth between Kirk and Steve Sarkisian yesterday.
Steve, your team has had great success the last 2 years, but some problems in the red zone. You know, how'd you go about fixing that, and what's your level of confidence you'll be better at that?
You guys want a really cool stat? So 2 years ago, we were just over 50% touchdowns in the red area. Last year, we were 64% touchdowns in the red area. So we did make some improvements. We just need to continue to improve.
Oh, so they're good. They're good to go. Sounds like they're good to go to me.
He's laughing. The media is laughing. We're all laughing, right, Buck? Right?
Sounds like everything's just fine.
I feel like Shooter McGavin in the first Happy Gilmore. Everyone seems to be coming around. Well, I'm not, Doug. I'm not coming around. Sorry. Still not happy with the way last year ended. And I like Sark, again, he's been asked this question 40 different times in 40 different ways since January and the ending of the Ohio State game. It's like, you don't want to be reminded of bad things in your life, Buck. I don't even know what a good example. You go to a bar, you try to pick up a chick in front of all of your boys, and she rejects you, and all your boys see it. You don't want them to remind you about that moment every time they see you for the next 7 months.
Every time they see you talking to a woman at a bar, they're like, you know what happened last time.
Exactly. Like that. So Sark, I think, is just so tired of it. So I get him, you know, like, let me take a positive spin on it, because he has answered that question well in the past and talked about, like, at SEC Media Days in Atlanta, he's like, yeah, no, we're working on it, and I hope you guys ask me a different question next year. He's like, that's how much we're
working. Kirk's looking for him to say, you know, with C.J. Baxter being healthy and him back, he's going to help us out in the run game part of it. They want answers. They don't want, we're just going to be, they don't care about your stats. They want answers.
Don't you want answers too? Hey, what'd you work on in the off season?
Yeah, I know
the thing that's ruined your season the last 2 years get better.
Yeah, but the minute you give him C.J. Baxter's back, you know, third and short or third and whatever, and he gets stuffed, it's going to be like, oh shit, maybe so what? So what? He's back. What does that mean? I mean, it's just, you don't want to give it up, because if something happens on the first time, it's like, here we go again. You know, I would like to know, of course, you'd like to know that they're going to do some things with the run game. They have some different types of run. We're going to key in on, this is our main ball carrier down here. This is what we're going to do in the goal line. You don't want to tell the opposing team, and you just feel like, yeah, we've worked on it, but you got to see once the game starts. Us telling you that and saying that and then getting stuffed on play one is going to be like, shit. Everybody's going to be like, are you kidding me?
Hey, that's it. That's it right there. Like, I really don't care what Steve Sarkisian says at a press conference. Right. He could have given the perfect answer to that question, or at least my perfect answer, where he's like, we worked on this, that, and this, and we've got this guy back, and now with Arch at quarterback, that's going to help. And like, that would have been the perfect answer. But ultimately, all that matters is what actually happens on Saturday.
Yeah.
And on Saturdays throughout the year. So
those stats didn't mean a damn thing.
Well, here's my counter stat. And, you know, no one in the media is going to do this, and I wouldn't have done this if I was there either. Yes, Sark is right. The Longhorns had a higher touchdown percentage in 2024 than they did in 2023. Still wasn't high enough, by the way. But the Horns' actual red zone scoring percentage went down. In 2023, they were 89th in red zone scoring, which is touchdowns or field goals, like the percentage of your trips into the red zone that end in points. In 2023, they were 89th in the country in that stat, 80.3%. Last year, they ranked 111th in the country at that stat at 77.4%. So, we've got stats too, Coach. Like, please don't sit here and tell us that things were a lot better in the red zone last year, because they weren't. So again, I get it. I get it. He's annoyed. He wants the games to be here just like everybody else does.
Yes.
To get people to stop asking that question. But it's still a fair question until it gets fixed, and hopefully it doesn't get fixed, or hopefully it does get fixed. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think with some of the quarterback run and the quarterback, carries and a big running back with you, I think that's going to help an awful lot. It's going to move. It's going to move the chains. You're going to have more possessions. You have more opportunities in that scoring zone to score touchdowns. Because I'd hate to see them have to roll this kicker out. I don't care how good he is. I don't want to see a bunch of 25-yard field goals.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you want any points in the red zone, but it goes without saying you want 7 instead of 3 when you can get there. So. I mean, look, Texas, all their losses I guess the first Georgia loss, but their 2 other losses were very close, and red zone woes did them in. And you can clean that thing up, then maybe you win an SEC championship, maybe you win an national championship last year. So it's crucial to get that stuff figured out.
And I see more just downhill running with this group, kind of pound it out running. I always talk about vacating areas. When you got a young offensive line, leaving guys one-on-one blocks and not double teams. I got a feeling early you're going to see more. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what kind of power we have downhill a little bit off tackle. If a guy can bounce it outside, that's fine. But between the tackles, let's see what our run game is like and what our offensive line is like. We're not taking any offensive line and pulling them around the center and letting an area open up that some big sucker from Ohio State or any place else in the SEC comes through. Until later on in the season when you're more comfortable with those guys and get a chance to see. I think first game is kind of bone on bone, let's go kind of stuff, and let our backs run off of that. And if a linebacker's not in the right gap and he doesn't get there in time and he's got to arm tackle C.J. Baxter or Wisner, good luck to him, because I watched those guys run through I watched Trey Wisner run through a lot of arm tackles in the SEC last year, and he did a hell of a job with, continuing – going forward and making cuts inside the tackle. So I don't think there'll be a lot of gimmick. I always think of, what we did with Magovic. We ran a lot of counters where we vacated areas and had people block back and things like that. You got a line like this with some new guys, BK, you really don't want to be doing that. But who knows? Maybe later on in the season they start feeling it where, no, this guy can pull and run and this guy does a good job blocking back. I think we'll be okay. I think you'll see a lot of double teams, and here we go, and let's pound it. Let's play SEC football early.
No, I don't care what it is. Like, show me the baby. I don't need the labor. Yeah. Show me the baby. So whatever the plan is, if it's that, I would love to win a smash mouth, ground and pound, physical type of game this weekend. It's not going to be easy.
Would that be something?
It would be something. It's not going to be easy to do because Ohio State's always good in the trenches. So, and we saw that in January. It's not easy to pick up a yard or 2 on the ground against that group.
But, you tell me they lose 5 or 6 guys on that defensive line, I'm going to get after it. I don't care who they have as their backup. I know it's Ohio State, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out what they're like.
But if it's not working, then you got to pivot, right?
Oh yeah, you got to pivot in a hurry because you can't afford to do what you've been doing against teams like that where you're getting a yard and a half a carry. You can't do that.
Yeah. That's my thought. It's like, believe me, I would love for you to be right and that to be the game plan and that to work flawlessly. But it can't be no, we're so hell-bent on out-physicaling these guys that every time we're in a short yardage situation, we're going to run. And it's like, well, you keep getting stopped. Maybe do something different. You can't be out here proving points. You got to score points. We don't prove points. We score points. That's what you got to do as an offense.
Absolutely.
So, all right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Someone texts in and says it's Parker Livingstone, not Livingston. It's spelled that way, but unless the kid himself pronounces his own last name incorrectly, he calls himself Parker Livingston. So that's why I call him Parker Livingston.
There you go.
So we'll go with that until he changes his last name.
Yeah, and this color shirt I'm wearing, this kind of scarlet, this goes with my blue pants. I have a pair of blue shorts on that I'm playing. I'm sporting our hat, but I will soon be sporting a big USA red, white, and blue hat today to go along with this.
Ryder Cup time
now. You and your boy Tommy Fleetwood. Now we can start hating on this cat.
My boy Tommy Fleetwood. I'm the biggest Tommy Fleetwood hater in the world.
Come on, man.
That guy. Ridiculous.
Little Tom Thumb got himself a win.
Little 8-4 college football playoff winner, Tommy Fleetwood. 9-8 Super Bowl champ, Tommy Fleetwood. That guy gets to call himself a freaking champion.
Now, but are you not better off liking the way that ended up, the way that whole get a 10-point -10 to start out the FedEx Cup? That was kind of bogus. That was the weirdest thing. How they ever came up?
You get rewarded for your success.
Yeah,
it's like getting a higher seed or home field advantage, like
dude,
or a bye week.
That seed is too high. That was way too high. If you told me, give me a stroke around Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Give me 4 strokes for the leader going to that, but you can't give them like 10. They're 10 strokes. It's like a 2-touchdown lead.
I'm not giving you a stroke around, by the way. I don't want any part of that. It's not like he started -10 and everyone else was -0. The guy in second was like -8. The guy in third was -7. You reward guys for being consistently good.
No more than 4. No more than around 1 stroke around.
Better than nothing. Scotty lost by what, 4? He could have used those 4 strokes. You think he earned that with his 5 other wins?
And Tommy, those guys would have never started out like that if that dude started out -4.
Yeah.
On a Thursday.
Give me a stroke around.
This is a man finishing another man. Right? And I don't know if you should be punished for that.
You should not be punished for that. That's on you. If that's what you're into, that's your deal. But I don't know if you're going to give him a penalty for that.
Oh, man.
A man finishing another man. That's the first I've heard of that.
That's a new football term. That's why you keep watching after all these years. You learn something new every time.
It's almost as bad as bone on bone,
Bone on bone, or shoving it down their throat, or put some lube on it and sticking it in their ass. That's another phrase that I've heard you use before.
I've never used that. No. Oh,
check
man.
the tape. You gotta check the tape.
Bone. I've used bone on bone before, yes.
Oh my God. All right. Let's some fun stories to wrap up the show today. You talked about this yesterday, Buck, and you asked me to find a video of this. It's the Minnesota Vikings.
That's right. The Minnesota Vikings.
It's their cheerleading squad, and they've got a few new members to their game day cheerleading squad this year. And, well, there are a couple of guys on the team this year, and that's we see male cheerleaders all the time. Now,
I got nothing against male cheerleaders if they're dressing and acting like males.
There are different kinds of male cheerleaders, right?
Yes.
You've got the ones that Texas has, which are the same as pretty much everybody else, where they're lifting, they're throwing,
they're lifting and flipping it and doing all kinds of stuff. Yes.
They've got different roles from the women on the cheer squad, right? I think
yes,
that's
they
safe
do.
to say. Now, there's also Texas A&M, where who needs women, right? Keep them in the kitchen. Let's have the men do the cheerleading.
They just want to flip. They're men wanting to flip other men.
Yeah, the women have to be cleaning and cooking our meals, so we've got to do the cheering today because we don't let them out of that house. Well, here's we got a vid and a picture of, I think there's 2 new male members on the Vikings cheer squad.
Yes, now, yes.
And here's one of them right here. This is one of the routines in a Vikings preseason game. And this is Louie. I believe your dog is named Louie, so it must be named after this guy.
Yes.
And there's him just going through the cheer routine. And look, you see a couple of ladies next to him doing the exact same routine.
Yeah, I'm okay. So far, it's all right.
Thoughts?
No, those dudes need to be flipping people. They don't need to be dancing.
So,
this is not America's Got Talent.
He's doing the exact same thing as the ladies around him. Any thoughts? You seem pretty mesmerized. I thought you'd have more to say here.
I'm not down with dudes dancing, doing the dances.
Why not? It's equal opportunity, man. The ladies can do it. The guys can't do it.
Now, don't they have another dude that's got long hair that wants to look like a girl? There's another guy besides Louis. There's Tui or Hawk Tui. Hawk Tui. There's that other dude named Hawk Tui, I believe.
I don't think his name is Hawk Tui. Now, he might be interested in doing that off the field, but I cannot confirm nor deny. So that's Louis. Here's the other one. Blaze is this guy's name. Blaize. God-given, you think, Buck?
Probably not.
Probably not. You don't think he's a Blaze?
He's a blazette.
And he's setting crowds ablaze with his awesome halftime performances this year is what he's going to be doing.
Yeah, I knew there was one guy with long hair that was moving like the girls. Their movements were, I couldn't tell if it was a girl or a guy. I mean, it's okay, but I see guys have some feminine qualities, but when you're going overboard, I have no problems with people that are gay. But unless you start taking it to the point where you get over gay, you know what I'm saying? Don't overdo me. I don't need to be over exaggerated in anything.
Well, I don't know if you want any guy doing you, let alone overdoing you. But please elaborate on what you mean by that.
The guy with the long hair, he's to simulate every movement of what the girls do. No, I need the guys catching them, flipping and catching them so that they don't fall off the pyramid and hit the ground and hit their heads. You know what I'm saying? I don't need them to be at the top of the pyramid doing the double loops, triple sow cows. I don't need them doing those maneuvers.
It feels like more of a dance team routine than like an actual old school cheerleading routine here. So doesn't look like there's anyone throwing anybody. No, it's what the coach wants. It's what their captain or the coach of the team, it's what they want them to do. They got to follow the routine, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's that.
There you go, Buck. The over gaze, as you call it.
That's the pom in the air. Just give me a hook 'em or something.
They're doing their job. They're doing what the ladies are doing. Come on, man.
Couldn't they have another uniform for them where they have like long sleeves or something? Instead of puffy shoulders. You know what I mean?
Oh my God!
We can get them outfits, some kind of outfits to work better than that.
You crack me up, man. I got.
Where's the milk? They need to have the milkman outfits.
Is that not over gay?
I would guess so. Yeah. Yes. I guess I would call that overboard. Yeah. I never thought of it that way. You know what? I never thought of the milkman guys as that being over gay, but you may be right. That's kind of hitting a home run, knocking it out of the park right there.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to elaborate. God.
Oh my God, we too low. My goodness.
That is good. Something is wrong with you, sir. You can be gay, but don't be over gay. What about being over straight? Is that okay? Can you be over straight?
No, I haven't met too many. I've had people that have been feminine, and I'm like, I got that. I've done some feminine things in my life too. I've worn a shirt that may be classified as that's a little feminine because it had some little tassely things on it when I was younger. But too tassely and open down to here is That's like over gay. That's not, no thanks. I don't need to be I don't need to be overwhelmed. You know, I'm okay. I'm settling in with your gayness, but I just can't go. There's a certain part that I have to stop at. I know that that person may want to continue on. Don't let me stop you. But
sounds like you're trying to stop them.
no, dude, no. You do you. You can do you. Those dudes right there. You think they want to do them? Do they want to fit in with the girls? Do they want to be dudes that fit in with the girls? Does that make them feel better because that's what that cheering is about?
Yeah, I think they're doing what they want to do. You know, maybe it's always been a dream of theirs to be a Minnesota Vikings cheerleader, and they now have their opportunity.
Oh my!
So,
equal opportunity.
Following their dreams. Following their dreams. The ladies could do it. Why can't we do it? You know?
I guess.
It's always been the guys can do it. Why can't women do it? Now it's women can do it. Why can't the guys do it? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, why did you do that Aggie thing? That's going to bother me all day. Is that over?
Is that over gay?
That's their uniform. That's a uniform for them. It's got pants to it. It's got a shirt with a collar, by the way, doesn't it?
I don't know.
No, they wear T-shirts.
No, I think it's like a button-up thing. I don't know if there's a collar, but it's like an all-white milkman type of costume.
Yeah, but it's not down. They don't walk around down to the 5th button. You know what I'm saying?
I think they've got it fully buttoned up. You know.
There you go. Hey, there you go. Now that's not over. That's manly. They've got it up here. They're all right. They're just cheermans.
Let's bring on a male cheerleader here. We got double R.
Man.
Any thoughts on anything that you've heard in the last 10 minutes, double R?
I'm like, Bucky's talking, and I'm like biting my tongue for him. It's like, I'm biting his tongue. I'm like, oh, man. And he's wearing a pink shirt, for crying out loud. Come on, man.
Great point.
It's got red in it. It's USA today.
Got it.
My golf game.
What's worse, wearing pink or wearing Ohio State colors this week? I think I'd claim pink over red.
No. Nah, this got some red. I got a red, white, and blue USA cap that I'll be wearing to play with my blue pants on today. But I'm not in one color.
Yeah,
I just don't. The overness is, you know, Rodney. Sometimes there's when you overdo it, when you go overboard.
I saw when the first time I saw the Minnesota cheerleaders, a dude walks out and he's making moves that no other way to say it, that a man should not be able to make. It's like this dude is like doing all I get the over part. It's
the over part. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it can be overwhelming.
I always wanted to be the guy like this that holds them.
I never once thought of being one of those guys ever.
I wanted to be that guy, and you know, maybe slip a little bit. You know, I got you. No, I'm just kidding. But hey, you know, to each their own. I saw Vikings season ticket holders canceling their season tickets because of that shit.
Of course.
It
doesn't surprise me.
Leave the women's sport. Let them. That's their deal. You don't need to have your group of dudes. You know, I don't want to go to Dallas Cowboys and see the go-go dancer being with a big long beard. You know.
Yeah. No, I just want Crazy Ray back.
Is that why you go to the games?
No, I don't go to the games. I don't go to the games for any of that anyway. Half the time I don't even know who has cheerleaders and who doesn't. I don't even know which NFL team has a band or not. I could care less.
Need Crazy Ray.
I never really get cancel culture for either side, especially with like Cracker Barrel. Everyone's canceled. We've talked about this. Everyone's like canceling Cracker Barrel because of a logo change. Like, is that why you go to a restaurant, because of the logo?
What did they change? What did they change the logo to now?
They took the old white dude off sitting by the barrel.
Oh, you weren't here. We talked about this on Friday. I was like, I know we talked about this, but I guess it was one of the days you were out.
That was cold.
Let me see if I could pull it up real quick while y'all while y'all talk. But yeah,
they took the decal and logo off of the actual branding.
And put an old cracker on the front. Is that what they did?
The signage and stuff. They just took like Old Country Store. They took that off.
It just says Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel. Just clean and simple. Just Cracker Barrel. And people are losing their shit
over that.
Over that,
just because they said Cracker Barrel. Just took off the old signage.
They're even saying that the new CEO shouldn't be a CEO because she's a woman, but they're so dumb because they didn't even realize that the CEO before was a woman. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at.
Oh, well, that's ridiculous.
People just need a reason.
No,
to be
I
mad.
agree. Back-to-back women CEOs. You've already proved your point. You don't need to do this again. What are we doing here? So here's the change. Buck. Left is the OG that they had for decades, right? With a cracker hanging out with his arm on a barrel.
Yep.
And then right is the new one.
Is that what that's supposed to? Was that what that was supposed to? I don't think that was symbolizing that from the get-go anywhere. Just some old cracker on the barrel. I don't think that's what they were meant for that to be in the first place.
Yeah, I don't think that guy is like obviously white. I think everyone assumes he's white because the place is called Cracker Barrel and it's old. So it's like, it's got to be,
That ain't the branding that I'm talking about. What's that special branding that you popped up next? You had another.
Oh, did you?
That was savior. You had somebody that's gonna bring their brand back or whatever. BK, what'd you say?
Dude, remember, I grew up in a time at 70 years old. I grew up in a time when I was in North Carolina. They had restaurants called Sambo's.
Yep.
What?
I heard
Sambo's,
of those.
and I had been to Sambo's for breakfast on numerous occasions growing up. As a kid growing up in Greensboro, North Carolina, Sambo's. I mean, they got rid of they got rid of those down south too. So now
what was their deal?
But, what? Yeah, what do they do? Yeah,
served breakfast.
It's like Stucky
canceled or something.
Yeah. It took a long time for them to get canceled down south.
That's it right there. That's what I was talking about. Yes.
Yeah, great. Everyone's saying the old school Cracker Barrel logo is like Sydney Sweeney. And the new school Cracker Barrel logo is someone from a movie or TV show that I probably should have seen but haven't.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't even actually. Oh no, that's the new Snow White.
Oh, I thought it was Marianne from Gilligan's Island.
That's what I thought it was too from Gilligan's Island at first. I was just like, well, what's wrong with Marianne? But it's old. But now I get it. Now I understand what this analogy is even better now.
So is McDonald's going to have to change? Are we going to get rid of Ronald McDonald? Has he been canceled yet? Because his feet are too big.
First one.
His feet are too
move
big.
By McDonald. Yeah, to have like a white and red clown, so no one was going to get worried about racism down the line. That was well thought out by them. Way to go, Mickey D's.
I saw something last night to where folks are starting to get into an outrage because these places have changed, like their storefronts, like Whataburger, for example. Now it's a very modern looking, gray, Taco Bell, another one that has kind of changed. And by the way, they got rid of the Chihuahua.
Whataburger's gray. Whataburger's not gray.
Yeah, like our Whataburger down the road over here. It's a gray outside with the W there. Yeah, for real. I know. I'm a stockholder there. But
there you go.
Taco Bell has changed their storefronts, and that's pissing off people.
It's
and
not
I'm like,
orange and white.
No. What year?
Dude, what am I seeing? I swear to God, I go past the Whataburger and I'm seeing orange and white. Is that just like my mind playing?
The logo is orange and white, but the building is like gray, where it used to be orange and white.
You're telling me it's not striped?
No stripes on the building.
No. Dude, what are you
doing? To me, if you actually like those, if you actually like Cracker Barrel, you're still gonna go. If you actually like Whataburger, you're still gonna go. If you actually like the Minnesota Vikings, you're still gonna go to their games. Like,
that's
you might not agree. We talked about it at the start of the show. It's a perfect way to full circle this thing before we get out of here. Texas adding the corporate logo on the field at DKR this year. Like, I understand why people could be upset. If you're a true fan of the team, that doesn't stop you from being a true fan of the team. You're still going to go. You're still going to support. You don't like everything that any business in the world does.
Right.
But if you actually are a fan or a supporter, you are going to continue to be a fan or a supporter.
Yeah. If I want to eat at Jim's, I'm going to eat at Jim's. No matter if they change the coffee cup and put a big J on it, I'm probably still going to drink the coffee there.
Yeah.
Doesn't the Jim's logo have like a little? Is it a
that guy
little
from Texas Tech?
Yeah, a little tiny guy on there, right? As part of their logo.
Yeah, I don't even know what the hell the logo is there.
It's that dude Texas Tech has. It's like the same. Yeah, that dude, another old cracker.
Oh my God.
He's that's
too much. Oh my God. I never even see. I'm going to eat. I don't notice stuff like that. That's just too.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable. another
I'm paying attention to potential threats or whatever. I don't give a shit about the logo.
I'm trying to go eat. Yeah, I'm going to the football game. I'm not worried about the logo jumping into the stands after.
It's like, I'm already coming to eat your food. You know what I mean?
You get folks. I mean, even older folks. I mean, myself included, to where it's like, okay, we want stuff like the old days. But back in the old days, I didn't have a computer and TV in my pocket.
Yeah, that's right.
But I don't mind this. This is okay. I don't want to lose this like the old days. People are crazy.
All I need to do is have YouTube fix tell YouTube to fix their stuff today, please.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
We're gonna get blacked
out.
Now
we're not gonna get Fox. We're not. Are you kidding me? We're not gonna get Fox Sports.
You'll be able to another 20 a month. Hey, a little extra 20 a month.
No, here's what they said. They go. Oh, Buck. Oh, don't worry about it. Just to soothe over everything for some symbolic atoma, we're gonna give you a credit of $10.
Yeah, and BK told me that's not a monthly credit. That's just a credit.
It's a one-time credit of $10.
That is. Who the hell do they think they're fooling? Some people are going to go, you know what? That's nice of them. I'll go ahead and pay the 20 extra a month.
I cut the cord to avoid this. I went to YouTube TV to avoid this. And it's like, so what? Exactly. No Fox Sports 1. Come on, man.
Telstar, Nelstar, wherever we're going with the stars. I don't give a shit.
I gotta start doing that guy's cheer routine as a Spectrum customer, because we're chilling over here, boys.
Well, I was looking for the
don't go over. Oh, man. All right, I got to go downstairs and talk to my wife about that extra 20 I'm going to have to pay a month now. I'm going to get it. Guess what? I'm not changing.
You shouldn't.
I'm not changing my YouTube. I'm not. If it's going to cost another 20, so be it. You know what? Every time a bill goes up, you know what I say? 25 years of not drinking. How much have you saved?
I like it.
I like that a lot.
Spend it all on every other thing that's been inflated over the last
yes, but not Amazon. But not Amazon.
Not Amazon.
Not Amazon. Never going to happen. Later, boys.
Later. Tomorrow. Hey, I was trying to find this drop that they were showing for the male cheerleader. Remember in Dodgeball where he goes in and he goes, I'm trying to be a male cheerleader so I can, win over a girl at my school or whatever. And Peter LaFleur, or Vince Vaughn's character, Peter LaFleur, goes, you're trying to win a girl, so you're on the cheerleading squad. Yeah, that's right. Just things have changed a lot since I've gone to school. So it's just
well, like right there.
I mean, movies like Dodgeball and stuff like that. Like, can you make movies like that, or are we that sensitive? We're losing our shit over Cracker Barrel. Are we that sensitive to where we can't make movies anymore? Good. Like, I know Tropic Thunder just can't get made ever again.
No.
But I mean, that was it, bro. Like, that was after that, we lost all sense of humor. We lost our shit. We just, I don't, and it's weird too, because they say if you can't understand humor and you can't understand comedy, you don't have a brain.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Are we all just stupid mummies just walking around?
You can't.
That's the question of the day as we break down the number one team in the coaches poll
on an epic Tuesday.
On an epic
Tuesday on Chaos Theory. It's like, can you imagine if they remade Porky's? Now Porky's, it's like you can't make a movie like that anymore.
Porky's wasn't really that bad though.
I didn't think it was.
Compared to like some of the stuff we saw in like the late 90s and early aughts, like early 2000, like, is Porky's that bad? It showed some boobies.
Yeah,
Actually, I might not remember Porky's all that well, but all I remember is just like softcore Cinemax, and it showed some boobies every now and then.
It's not that big a deal. I mean, it's the one that because like on Saturday mornings when I'm home, I find myself watching on Me TV or whatever. I'm watching like Sanford and Son, and my wife is like, "Oh my God, how'd they get away with that?" I'm like, nobody cared back then. You know, it's like Archie Bunker kind of pushing limits a little bit, but
it was also a way to communicate, right? It was also a way to like have the hard conversations, and now we're just afraid to have the hard conversations. We don't even communicate. So
like humor, right? I mean,
yeah. I mean, that's
funny.
Humor usually, and you know me, man. I'm a dark humor guy. Like I'm, as the Marine. Like if somebody dies, I'll make a joke out of it. Like that's how what I do to comfort myself, right? It's not that I'm morbid or just off people's radar or don't have a heart. It's like I'm that awkward or I'm that messed up over it that I got to make a joke to kind of soothe myself over.
Yeah, so. Yeah, and yeah, great call there, Ben. The Jeffersons. Remember, I mean,
hold on, I'll turn the comments on.
George always called Tom. I don't know if we can say the H word. He always called him that all the time, and it was like, okay, maybe it's not the ideal thing, but I mean, we all laughed. So I mean, I don't know. It's a different time, man. It is a different time, but I don't know. Let's see how it is.
Tropic Thunder 2, the country store.
Yeah. I don't understand how that is such
Ernest Goes to Camp.
Oh yeah,
Ernest Goes to Camp. Ernest Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? Jim Varney, right? Jim Varney.
Know what I mean, Vern?
You know what I mean, Vern? Yeah.
All right.
The Office. I'm with you guys too. I don't know if The Office. Dude. Some of the stuff they make some like Michael Scott's jokes in there. They make some racy jokes and like watch it back. Like, I mean, I'm with Lee Castlerock here. I watch at least 3 or 4 episodes of The Office a night to fall asleep. There's some, especially like years 1 and 2, because they carbon copied it right out of the British dialogue, right? Like they changed some stuff up to go with our dialect, but I mean,
yeah.
And yes, there's a different dialect between British language and American. I know it's the English language, but they still say different words that have different meaning here. So,
and this is the one. I mean, this is like one of my favorite movies right here. And I mean, in this one,
please be telling my bad.
Yeah, in this one, you've got. I mean, hell, the Klan's in there, and then you got, hey boys, and where the white women at?
The sheriff's a nerd. Yeah. like you just can't do that stuff anymore, man. Like you just can't do it,
dude. That one. Where the white women at? When my wife and I started dating or whatever, she's like very white. She's very pale, and that's what I would always say. Hey, where the white woman at? Because I mean, she's very pale, and everybody laughed. It's funny.
I mean, I'd still laugh. Yeah, dude.
I did it in public now. I'll probably get arrested.
I mean, I don't know. We've lost our ability to laugh and communicate.
Well, and comedy's different now, and I think that's why now, like for me, when like somebody tells me, "Hey, do you want to go see a comedian?" I'm like, "No, not really," because I'm not going to laugh.
Yeah, what's the last comedy show you've actually gone to?
Oh man, I don't. I have
you went to one recently, didn't you?
Oh well, yeah, I went to Nikki Glaser.
Nikki Glaser,
but
right?
I mean, she's raunchy. So yeah, she's raunchy and she's amazingly beautiful. You tie the two together, and that's Ronnie's kind of entertainment right there. But it's like, people, hey, come see this comic. I actually have a friend that in high school we were classmates. She's now a comedian. I'm going to go see her, but she'll be funny. But I'm like, the new humor doesn't humor me. You know what I mean?
I honestly didn't even think Shane Gillis was that funny until he actually did the monologue. You know what I mean? And I was just like, wow, this guy's got some balls. Like, no one's doing this year or around this time of year, or not this time of year, but this era, right? Trying to think of the people like Schumacher or like the people that Trey used to bring, the comedians that Trey used to bring into the to the studio at the Horn, right? When
Yeah.
Trey would do some interviews with the guys, but I mean, hell, a lot of those guys, like their times kind of passed, or they're not on the mainstream comedy tour anymore.
Yeah, their style's not, and that was the thing. Like with Nikki I'm over here talking like I know her and shit, but it's like you go to her show and she's dropping the P word about women parts and all these different things.
It
I'm
should
like,
be raunchy, right? Like it's
funny. That's funny to me, and quite frankly, it's a turn on. But
I don't know if I don't. There's a different, like a woman's filthy mouth. Just filthy mouth in general to me is not really a turn on, right? Like, it's got to be in like the bedroom. Like that's the only time it turns me on. And I'm sorry.
But it's like
but we've addressed this. Those of you guys that have watched the show for 3 years, you guys know that Rodney is just a different breed. He's a different cut. He's a different cut. Like he just is.
Well, at the cycle studio, what they call me, ODB, old dirty bastard. That's me.
Yes, you are.
At
the cycling studio,
they seriously, that's what they call me. Hey, there's ODB.
Yeah.
It's like, I go walking in like a peacock when they say that. Like
I can see you now in your damn bike shorts.
Shit, you know it.
Strutting in all moose knuckle, being like, "What's up, girls? How we doing, girls?"
Can you imagine this like with Sanford and Son, like Red Fox calling Aunt Esther a gorilla? Can you see that on primetime TV these days? Some dude calling a black woman gorilla?
Nope. No, I can't. No, I can't. All right. Welcome in, everybody, to another edition of Chaos Theory on this wonderful Tuesday. We're all over the place, man. Hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter. My partner in crime is the Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter. On InstaFace, you can hit us up on I'm at the Wagner Wire, and then Rodney is at _Rodney R. Smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. If you are out and about, if you are mobile, hit us up on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Again, the lottery numbers are 512-222-9328. A lot of twos there. And again, smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so. Get the crowns, get in the conversation. The comments are on. The comments are on today, boys. Where do you want to go first?
Are you okay?
My head's pounding me.
Is it because Tommy DeVito got cut?
No, I think this might be a financial thing too, and DeVito might, if he settles, right, he might come back to play on the practice squad, right? But I think he's earned himself enough juice to where he can probably get onto another team and get an actual paycheck instead of a practice check. That's got
to go to the Jets, I guess, right?
That would be the first place I would look, right? Just kind of jump over at locker rooms. But I mean, I think the play style is more for the Jets, right? I would like to think Buffalo too, but I mean, Indianapolis is struggling, right? Like, why not?
Yeah.
Why not see what's follow Danny Dimes over to Indianapolis? And I mean, it's quarterback purgatory, right? Like, there's only a matter of time before you just took Danny Dimes' job, basically, or you were the supplement, and whenever Daniel Jones went down. So I would think if you're trying to prolong your career, give Indianapolis a shot. Sure, they're not going to trade for you, but they might give you a paycheck, like a bigger paycheck than just a practice squad check.
I thought the Colts, I thought that they may try to jump into some of that stuff with with the Browns and all their fleet of quarterbacks. By the way, did you see that pass Myles Garrett threw over the weekend?
Give me 1 second. AT&T is out there again.
Yeah. Myles Garrett fires a pass off during pregame and hits the crossbar of the thing. I'm like, great, another quarterback. The Browns have another quarterback. Let that dude do it. But so Kenny Pickett now goes to the Raiders. Aiden O'Connell goes down over the weekend, the backup quarterback there in Las Vegas. So he goes down. And so it'll be Pickett making the move over to the Raiders. So they've picked up that. So I guess the Cleveland thing has kind of shook itself out to where it'll be Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, I'm assuming number 2, and then Shador. And folks still want to debate about if Shador is going to get on the field. I'm like, I don't think Shador is going to get on the field.
I don't know if he does this year. I doubt he does.
No.
I honestly don't even think Dylan Gabriel does. I think unless Joe Flacco gets hurt, right? Like, what is he? Is he over 40 or is he 40? I know he's
41.
I know he's hit it.
Yeah, I think he's 41, and I think one of the concepts I kind of heard with that was, well, what Cleveland will do, what Stefanski's going to do is he's going to ride with Flacco until they're out of the playoff race. I'm like, okay, so week 4, week 3, and then you start making that move. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but Pickett moves, so that kind of sets all of that up. But I don't know, dude. DeVito, I think DeVito is worth somebody going to get.
A small little. Again, I think the best move for him is Indianapolis, like just to follow out. And Indianapolis might be content on their quarterback room as it is right now, but with the debacle that they had, if you got Daniel Jones as your starting quarterback, you can't be content. That's my point, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. And Richardson, I mean, that's a guy, he's thrown the whole trust thing in there. I don't trust him.
That's done. If you have Daniel Jones ahead of Richardson, you've missed on your pick.
Yeah.
All right. Now you need to walk that back, and you need to find a way to. I mean, you can't salvage it. You just can't salvage it. You just got to eat it and move on. Like that's the only way. As soon as you rip the Band-Aid off, then you can heal, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Still nothing with Micah, but the Trey Hendrickson deal gets done.
I thought we would be talking. I swear, I thought we would be talking about. Well, you know what? It'll happen right before it's like when is something? All right, Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, a week.
Thursday. Wait. I mean, I guess. Technically, they could wait until that long to do that, right? I mean, they're absolutely not gonna cut Micah. Like that's not gonna happen.
No, he can sit out.
Right, exactly. Like that spot is reserved for Micah Parsons. We know this. But here's the thing: like, what's gonna happen on Thursday night? Are there 2 games on Thursday night, or are they just doing the one kickoff?
Just the one ass kicking. I mean, just the one kickoff with Dallas and Philadelphia. That's it. But and I'll tell you where with Jerry, the Hendrickson deal gets done, but it's not what Hendrickson was looking for. It's only $30 million a year.
No, and now, but now we know does that actually play? I guess it doesn't really matter, right? For Parsons camp. Right. If their move was, hey, let's procrastinate, let's see what Hendrickson gets, and then based off of that number, we know what our number is going to be, right? Well, now, I mean, we've kind of always known the ballpark number of where Parsons was going to get or what he was going to get, but I mean, now with that number out there, does Jerry have to shave? Okay, we're going to shave the number down just a little bit, and you're going to get right over, or does he just make it's Jerry Jones? He's gonna. And by the way, I watched America's Team, The Gambler. I watched episode 1, and probably why I'm getting my ass kicked so much this morning. I wanted to stay up and watch episode 2 because I knew they would do it as soon as
takes you right to
1.
it, doesn't it?
Mother effer. As soon as episode 1 was ending, they bring up the silhouette of Troy Aikman, and then boom, 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 boom. And of course, they got Ecstasy of Gold. Bringing you in, bum, 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 and they make it like Western theme, dude. My nipples.
I'm telling you, that is the Dallas Cowboys, Wags. That's the life
branding.
of a Cowboy fan.
It is branding. It is a goddamn.
You don't have to win. You don't have to.
You don't. No.
You
just got to be the good guy and take down the stranger. That's it.
And see, this thing for Jerry, it's like so it's a great pay raise for Hendrickson and good job.
No doubt.
Yeah, but still, the number's 41. I think 41's the number for TJ Watt. So I'm assuming that's what Mulligata and Mike are going.
We've known the number, but I was assuming that Hendrickson was going to get more than Watt. Yeah. Like I thought it was just going to be an escalation, right? Like an arms race, essentially.
So here's the sound that I promised you yesterday, Wags. This is Jerry.
Hold on, let me switch up. They're done outside work.
Okay.
So they're also. I don't know if you're getting this done. They're repaving my road too. So they're laying asphalt and then doing that. So I don't know if you got potholes or whatever, but I guess a lot of our neighbors have complained.
There's nothing out there but one of my stay-at-home moms right now. So this is Jerry Jones. I said there's nothing out there but one of the stay-at-home moms at this point. This is Jerry Jones talking over the weekend to Stephen A. Smith. Listen to the reference. We're talking about old school TV shows. Listen to Jerry Jones' old school TV show reference.
In the spirit of not doing the old mother-dad deal, How many times have you seen the little rascal so clever go in there and Mama told him, you're not going to get it. And goes in to Daddy, who only sees him after 5 in the afternoon, wants to love him, and says, you can have it, son. You can have that before dinner. And he goes back in and says, Mama, Daddy said I could have it. That's the old mom, Dad, been around since the beginning of time. I'm not going to go for that here. That's what's happening.
You're not going for it?
I'm not going for it. No. But we've had a very, very strong negotiation. Now, by the way, frankly, it wouldn't have made any difference what the negotiation was. Guess who has to be comfortable for this to work?
Micah.
And who else?
You.
Hello. There's not room for a third.
Come on, man. Menage a trois. Come on, dude. There's always room for a third. This guy.
I don't know what it is. I could listen to him for.
It's hard to not enjoy that.
I could listen to him in the one-on-one setting, right? When there's not multiple pressers around or multiple journalists around, the one-on-one interview where he can actually get down and intimate, I think I could buy that. I think I could sit there and listen to Jerry's brand for a little bit.
He drives me crazy, Wags, but I would.
I've never heard of Mom Dad. What is Mom Dad? I've never heard of that.
So. I guess he's calling himself Daddy. I mean, I don't watch a little rascal.
Oh, he is Daddy, is he not?
Him and Nick Saban. Do you hear that stuff in Nick Saban where they supposedly used to call him Daddy when he was the coach?
No.
Yes.
I can see it.
It was like, anyway, that's a whole different discussion. But it's like, Jerry, it's one of those things, Wags, where he drives me crazy, but God, I would love to have a conversation with him. Just shoot the shit. Just talk to him.
And a lot, like, I know BK and I know a lot of the young BK might remember like the glory days of Dallas, but I heard Jordan and Nick talking about it, right? The other night, or no, it wasn't Nick. It was Jordan and Turbo. I heard them talking about it when I was doing some stuff, like when I'm, producing for them or whatever.
Yeah.
They bring up a good point. Like, they don't understand how Jerry got his limelight, like why Jerry ascended to legacy status and God status, right? Like the moves that they made, and you see it, like the back-to-back rolling with him and Jimmy, like taking down, removing Tom Landry, like, and he's still gonna be, and maybe that's it. Maybe that's it, right? Maybe that's why he's done what he's done, to kind of atone for the removal of the man with the hat. Like, that's like, how do you come back from that?
The
documentary, you gotta win championships, right? He did that, but now he ain't done it in 20 years, but he did win some championships.
You need to watch episode 2, because that's where the Herschel Walker thing that I was telling you about, that's where the nuts and bolts of that come out, to how that actually, again, I don't want to spoil it for you, but watch episode 2.
I'm gonna watch it just to hear Marconi, just so I can hear ecstasy of gold again.
The thing
I
is,
have it on my damn Spotify. I should just turn it on repeat.
And the documentary doesn't talk about this, but one of the things about whoever was going to buy the Dallas Cowboys from Bum Bright, you had to fire Tom Landry. And Jerry's like, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I mean, I'll do it.
Stranger comes riding in on the horse on town, boy.
But there's Jerry.
I do like the analogy, and I like how they set it up with like the Western theme.
It's good. I tell you, it's
good production.
Yeah.
Good production.
Absolutely.
All right, and we go. Hey, we got Texas versus OU this week, but to round out and finish up our top 20, we did 20, not 25, right?
20, yeah, 20.
Mm-hmm. To do our coaches poll top 20, we do have our beloved Texas Longhorns.
Got to talk about those guys, and we
also
got to
talk about them, amigo. Where do you want to go first?
Let's go to AV consultations. That's still a little bit of time. You've got, here we go, week 1. They were talking about week 0 last week.
You guys got to get it for kickoff, man. Do you really want to be, unless you got tickets to the game or whatever, do you really want to be out there with the craziness, with the madness, or you could be in heaven?
Yeah. The only other place that you want to be if you're not at your own place with AV Consultations is over at East Village on Palmer Lane. You can check out our pregame show will be there. 9:00, everything fires off. If you want to get out and about, they've got the big screens there. They've got food trucks. They've got drinks. You can make your way out 3500 East Palmer Lane. Then, of course, the postgame show, it'll be Zay Collier and I with that as soon as that game is over. No waiting around. The game's over. Just flip it on here, and we'll get you all broken down with that. AV Consultations, let's get you ready for football season.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
AVConsultations.com. Since 1988, they will get you taken care of. Make that phone call, 255-8678. Don't know if there's availability for this week, but if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, that may help your cause. Also, our preview of the #1 Texas Longhorns, as our whole top 20 has been, is presented by Covert Bee Cave, new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It's covertbeecave.com. Let's continue the football mode and get you more primed and ready with a word from our friends at Covert.
It's that time of year again. Football season is here and we're ready to cheer on our favorite team.
That's right, Hayden. We're wishing the Horns a fantastic season. Go Longhorns.
At Covert Bee Cave, we know how important this season is to our community. That's why we're offering unbeatable deals on all our vehicles.
So whether you're tailgating at the game or cruising through the hill country, do it in style with a vehicle from Covert Bee Cave. Go Horns.
There you go. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. It is covertbeecave.com. Also, a new lawyer in town, friends. When that storm hits, Hurricane Hecht is the call that you need to make. That's right. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney, right here in the 512. As a matter of fact, you have your cell phone in your hand. We have to have them in our hand. Your little computer, your little TV. Stop what you're doing right now and put this number in your phone, 512-938-8929. Hurricane Hecht. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, friends. He's a Longhorn through and through. If you're injured in a car accident, you're hurt just random stuff out on the street, you trip and you fall, somebody's negligence gets you in a bad situation and you need a personal injury attorney, hurt on the job, car accident, whatever it is, you make that phone call, 512-938-8929. Call Hurricane Hecht, and you don't pay unless you win. Not like all these other folks. You're going to deal directly with Ryan. And when you make that phone call, you're going to talk to Ryan, not to some admin, not to some temp agency, not to somebody that you're not going to be dealing with. He's going to handle your case. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients, Austin-based and Texas proud, friend of the show, and more importantly, fighter for the people. Don't let those big insurance companies try to boss you around and play let's make a deal. This ain't no Steve Harvey stuff right here. It's time to get you taken care of. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. 512-938-8929. You can also email them at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. And be sure and tell him Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. The #1 team in the land, Wags.
Yes, we are. I was going to go to Kenny Pickett real quick.
Yeah.
But no, we can talk Longhorns.
No, go ahead.
No, let's go college. And then we'll come back to NFL.
Got it.
13-3 last season with only 4 returning starters on offense, 7 on the defense. So we're going to be strong on D, which is where we want to start. All right, now you got to replace, of course, the trenches. All right, so trench warfare is important to me, and we do lose a lot of size inside at the tackle position. If we can supplement that, I think the defensive line will be excellent. It'll be awesome. We know that they're going to get tremendous pressure off the edges with Simmons there, double sticks. And that should that should just mask a little bit of that secondary until everything starts to gel and congeal and everything starts to just come together for that secondary, kind of like midseason form. But of course, that's where you can be vulnerable in the first half of the season until things get fixed. Your first test is against Ohio State, and then you got a little bit of a month to kind of get that secondary into shape and kind of get everybody on the same page, and hell, figure out what's going on with your hog mollies up front too. Linebackers are going to be fantastic. I'm not worried about that, and I'm not worried about the edge rushers. Defense, I think, is going to be our bread and butter for the first part of the season. Now we go to the offense. We got to replace a lot of people on the offensive line. We know that, and the one saving grace that we did have that had some reps is now Gooseby is now had a little bit of a setback in training camp or whatever in practice, and got a little bit of an injury that he's sitting on. So the times are getting a little, I wouldn't say worrisome right now, but the number one team in the land has some adversity to deal with, right? Not only do they have the target on the back, but things that have happened in camp to give them a little bit of, some concern. Wide receiver room. Lost a lot of studs in the wide receiver room, but also that happened last year. We were able to find succession and success with that as well. Yeah. Wingo, the room's going to be led by Wingo, right? And we already know that the heavy hitters from the running back room, the or the holy trinity, if you want to call it that, between Gibson, Wisner, and Baxter, it's going to be fantastic, right? It's just it's I guess who's going to be hot or who's going to be feeling the hot hand, which kind of I'm kind of against, right? I like having the one bell cow, and then when he gets into some some stamina issues or he needs a breather or whatever, then bring him in, right? I kind of like having somebody with a flow or with a rhythm, or wear the opposition down a little bit, and then change of pace, right? Then bring in Baxter or stuff like that. Overall, I think this is a team that can absolutely contend for a championship. Their schedule is a little daunting. Phil Steele has it as the number 16th schedule in the nation. So again, it can be tough. You got to go on the road at Georgia. You got to go on the road in the swamp. Gators might not be like they were under Meyer or whatever, but some built Billy is starting to build something a little bit, and with Lagway back there, anything can happen, honestly. You look at what they were able to do with Ole Miss. I'm not comparing Ole Miss to this year's Texas team. I think this year's Texas defense is going to be a championship contender.
Yeah, the Trevor Gooseby thing, we talked about that yesterday, and Sark was asked about that yesterday at the press conference, and pretty quick answer.
Hey, Steve, I know he'd been banged up earlier in camp. Do you expect to have Trevor Gooseby this weekend?
Yeah, I do.
There you go. So that's pretty simple. I've said it, the line and the secondary, I think we pretty much both think that those are the two. I really think that this year, because a lot of that focus has been on Manny Muhammad, because it's been in some of those big
show, right? And he got picked on a lot last year.
Yeah, that was when you really want to pick out some of the deficiencies in the secondary last year. A lot of times it centered around Manny Muhammad. So I think that kind of this year is where he comes back.
Somebody, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to take any excuses or trying to take the blame off of Muhammad, right? But it had, like, out of that secondary, which was a pretty good secondary, it had
absolutely
somebody's going to get picked on.
Yeah, and that's the guy that now elevates himself. You've had the turnover there, and the whole thing about it is where he's gotten picked on and he's maybe gotten burned, whatever you want to say. He's going to learn from that, and I truly think that Saturday we see a big game out of Manny Muhammad, because it's it's time to be
tested. He's going to be tested right out of the gate too.
Absolutely, and you look at that with him, and it's like, well, he wasn't good in the SEC championship. He wasn't good against Georgia and Austin. Those are the big time moments. So how do you answer that? You shine in a big time moment. And I think that's what we have here. And I just think that the secondary, with Mookie Taff, that they're anchored right now. They're seasoned. There are a lot of parts there that there are some things that need to be answered. The offensive line, how are they going to respond? But the other thing, going back to that with Arch Manning, when we talk about Baxter being back, and we talk about you've got a two-headed monster back, and you don't have to lean on Baxter all the time.
I mean, I like Gibson too. I know Gibson's he's like your red zone or your goal line. I know that's what we have labeled him as, right? But Wisner's a stud too, right? Back Rodney, I think we have more than just the two-headed the monster. I think we got the three-headed Hydra.
What I would really like to see, and again, we get down to red zone, and we could talk about red zone deficiencies. Again, the red zone deficiencies are in the worst moments. This team was, I think, 62% in the red zone last year. It's just 4th and 8 or 3rd and 8 or whatever it was. That's when you make mistakes, and some of that's on play calling. But, man, you lean on Gibson in that because he's only gotten stronger. I mean, you lean on that dude and just like we talked about with Iowa State and Kansas State yesterday. What did Iowa State do in the red zone? They turned around, hand the ball off, and boom, there you go.
No, I got it. Have you ever seen the Maryland I formation?
Oh, the old I. I haven't seen Maryland, but I know what the I.
Well, they used to call it from what I know, they used to call it the Maryland I, right? Mm-hmm. Where the quarterback just lines up. There's no split ends, right? It's just tight ends. It's a bunch formation. The quarterback he's in a shotgun. He's in the shotgun, right? And then he's got all of his running backs, his 3 running backs in the backfield with him. And it's just pick a hole. We're going through the hole. Pick a hole. Like snap the ball to me, pick a hole. Somebody take out the weak side pursuit and then pick a hole. Like that's if you're gonna do a shotgun to go back 3 yards or 5 yards, do that at least. I mean, I know it takes away your threat of hey, this guy can run, but you can release. You could slip somebody out and release, right? Yeah. And oh, by the way, it doesn't matter what you do. It's how you do it. It's execution. Simplify things, reduce things in the red zone, okay? That's, I don't know. Usually when you do it like that, you're going to get 7 instead of 3, or you're going to get 6 instead of 3.
Wags, years ago when I played football.
I'd do a study on that, man. I would.
We would get in the red zone and we had it. So the offensive line was we had a bunch of cowboys. We had a bunch of big, well-fed chicken fried steak eating offensive linemen up there that were just massive. And we had a running back there, E.L. McIntosh, rest his soul. That dude was so vicious running the football. And there was the play, what they would tell him, it's like, Bunk, whichever ass is moving, you go to that hole. I don't care if it's over there. I don't care where it is. Whichever ass is pushing forward, that's where you run to get 3 yards to get into the end zone.
So you guys were doing zone blocking back then too, huh?
Back then. Yeah. We did. It's
I didn't mean to say back then. That did come out. I mean, that's kind of a kick in the dick. My bad.
Oh yeah, back then. Oh,
yeah, you got a decade on me.
I know, but it's that simple. And again, a lot of people say, well, yeah, it's simple to you. No, it's really that simple. Don't get down there, fix that red zone stuff. But back to Texas, the other thing that's so important, and we haven't touched on this a lot, and it's that third element, man. It's special team. It's special teams. You got to make special teams plays. You've got to get some turnovers. You got to get. You need Mason Shipley in from San Marcos. You need that dude kicking field goals. I think he only missed 3 last year, but I mean, you need.
Do we know who's going to be the returner back there? I know there was some talk with flirting with having a few studs back there, or hell, even. Didn't they say Wisner might go back there?
Yeah, man, I really don't want that dude back there. I don't want Wingo back there.
Or, yeah, they said Wingo could go back there too. Like,
yeah, there's got to be somebody else to do that. I don't want Arch back there. He can do everything else, right?
Well, that's what I was going to say real quick. So if you really think about it too, if you utilize the wheels, and I know we don't want to have that much wear and tear on Arch's feet, but if you are able to utilize him in the ground game, right, you really have 4 solid running backs. Like, and I know Arch is not a running back, but I mean, damn, if you can use him on the RPO, like I've been waiting. This is what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for the dual threat quarterback to come back to Texas.
Yeah,
It's here because the dual threat quarterback is the most dangerous player in college football, and that's just never going to change. The product's never going to change.
And I want the threat. I don't want to see it a lot. I don't want to see it.
But I want the defense to know that it's there, that it exists, that we can't commit too much because this dude can take off and burn us, absolutely burn us.
And Wags, I think that I can't understand why last year it wasn't more a part of the red zone package, to be honest with you, why Arch wasn't inserted then. I mean, I know it was sporadic duty and so forth. And again, I'm kind of contradicting myself because I don't want him to get beat up, but just the threat. I think last year, if you'd have brought Manning in some of those situations, you wouldn't have to do these fancy ass toss sweeps and all these different things with
right. It's the motion too, right? Like the motion. Right. The motion drives me nuts in the red zone. Like we don't need everything. Just line up, bring a tight end over to see if they're in man coverage. I get that, or to see what they're disguised in. I understand that, but like that's why you do motions. I understand it. Once the motion goes down, get out of the huddle quickly. Right, get to the line so you can make your pre-snap reads. Move your motion over. If nothing's working, come back, get set, bunch up, let's go. Mm-hmm. It's hat on hat, move some ass. That's it.
And here we go, broken record.
This is a great call there, Jake. This is a great call.
I'd love to see in some of the red zone stuff. I mean, it's old school. I'd love to see some under center. I mean, because what does that do? That speeds the play up like you're talking about. Get to the line, get under center, snap the ball, and let's go. With a very simple play. Instead of sitting there and you're having to clap your hands 3 times and get people moving around and doing all this happy horse shit and the tight end scooting over, it's like run the play. Get under center, turn around, hand the ball off, sweep it or run to the outside or dump it to injuries or whatever you're going to do.
I didn't ask you this. What gives you the most concern with the Longhorns this year? Would it be the line? I mean, obviously the line, right? That's the obvious answer. But would it also be what? I mean, I've heard you talk about the secondary from time to time, right?
I think the offensive line.
I think that's where I think that's my only real concern. Like, I think the defensive line is going to take care of itself. I do.
And more with the offensive line, I think, is as they mature more, that maturization process happens, then the injuries. That's where it's like, okay, depth, the depth. And again, we were concerned about depth last year, and that was answered really quickly, in the SEC championship, because it's like, okay, here comes the next dude in, and shit, look how that worked out. So I'm pretty content with that, but it is maybe the depth on the offensive line once they become a little more accustomed to, getting into the grind of playing week after week.
Uncle Charles, Alabama versus Texas for the SEC championship. Roll Tide. Well, that's a great segue to break down the schedule for the Longhorns here before we get into some other NFL talk. Ohio State to kick off the season.
I'm still
at the Horseshoe.
I'm actually getting more confident, Wags, I'm feeling better. And I don't usually feel well.
Yeah, but that's because I'm reading up on Texas, right? Like diving deep. And when Phil Steele is big on, and I got to remind myself, everybody loves Texas in the beginning of the year. It's like clock. Well, not everybody, not everybody, but a lot of national pundits like to give Texas, some preseason hype, right?
Easy time. We bring it upon ourselves, man. Texas brings it
100%. Yankees of college football, man. But at the Horseshoe against Ohio State, which has one hellacious fan base as well as Longhorn Nation, right?
Did you see they banned Dave Portnoy from going on Saturday?
No. What the well, what was he going to do anyways?
He's on the Fox pregame show.
Oh,
so he was supposed to be in there, and they're like, he can't go.
All he's going to do is just throw shade at Ohio State. Like
that's why. And it's like, you got Bevo and Dave Portnoy getting banned from places. Come on, man.
So is Dave Portnoy's Michigan's unofficial mascot? Right. I know he's a Michigan guy, right? Like he won't shut up about it.
Talk about being kind of soft.
Don't shut up about it.
Isn't that kind of, you want to talk about Bucky's talking about being a little too gay? Come on. That's kind of
not a
too gay move right there.
That's what I'm saying too. It's just like, and it's not just it's with everybody, right? Like when you give one person that much power, it drives me absolutely insane. Like they don't exist if you don't think about it, or you don't give them that much power. Like all you have to do is make them irrelevant, right? Like don't give them that much hype. Don't give them that much media. Don't give them that much limelight.
Yeah.
Start to realize that you are the power. not them. You are the actual power. Like, we people, when we really stand up, it's amazing what we can do. All right, there. I'm gonna get off my little stump there. All right, Longhorns at Ohio State at the Horseshoe here on August 30th. What do we say, you?
It's a win. We'll give our scores on Friday.
Definitive win. Yeah, exactly. We'll break down the game and give you the prediction on Thursday here. Excuse me, on Friday rather. But yeah, I got a win for the Longhorns there against Ohio State. We come back, we rest up a little bit. We have San Jose State. That's a victory there. UTEP, we have a victory there, and then Sam Houston, we have a victory. Nice little bye week. Go down to the Swamp, take down Sunbelt Billy. And Lagway and Company, we get the victory there. Oklahoma, we get the victory there for the Red River rivalry. And then we have Kentucky at Kentucky. That's the victory. That's a victory. And then we have, we go on the road at Mississippi State. That's a dub there. And then we got Vandy. We host Vandy. That's a dub. Then we go on the road at Georgia. Longhorns get the first loss. All right. It's a great season. Longhorns get a loss here.
Yeah.
Remember, it's hard. It's extremely hard to go undefeated. All right. You're catching Georgia at a good time in your schedule, coming right off of Vandy, and then, having a bye week. But it's just realistically, to go undefeated, the odds are just tremendous here. Or the odds are kind of against you. After that, you host Arkansas, and then you host A&M. I got victories for both of them. Best case scenario, it could be an undefeated season because you are coming. I don't think Vandy is going to have all the magic that they had last year, right? Like, they can't sneak up on anybody anymore. Okay. Now you got some transfers in. They could be okay. They could make a run at it. But in Pavi, like, I do believe in Pavi. I think Pavi is a winner. But
he's like 40 now. I mean, he's slow.
Right. But also, like, they're playing this, in DKR. Okay. If it was at, in Tennessee or in Nashville, I think, maybe they'd have a better shot, of course, right? Clearly. I don't think that home field advantage is that advantageous for them, but still it's home field advantage. Now, saying that, right? Like, Vanderbilt and then the bye, you have a chance to rest up and recover, right? So best case scenario, I can see the Longhorns going undefeated. And I'm not just trying to placate to the 40. I'm not, like, and I like the degrees on the wall, guys. The burnt orange flows through me too, but realistically, I can see an undefeated season. Realistically, I can also see a season where they lose 2 games too, right? 3 games. They could lose to Ohio State, they could lose to Georgia, and they could lose to A&M. Like, anything could happen. Or hell, maybe not A&M, but maybe even Oklahoma comes sneaking up. It's anything can happen in those rivalry games. They just can't. Like, a la case in point, Michigan versus Ohio State last year, right? Or hell, in the past decade or 2 decades of Michigan versus Ohio State. It's just different. Best case scenario, though, I do feel like realistically we have a 1-loss season, and we do play for an SEC championship, not just an SEC championship. We'll break that down when we get to the playoffs, but I'm very optimistic about contending for a national championship this year.
Yeah, just a couple of observations that I have on the schedule is, you've got the big game this week, and then you've got some softer stuff there, and then you have the bye week, and then you have the Swamp, which I think that environment is. You're obviously better than Florida, but but
the Swamp isn't. You're right. The Swamp can be nasty. It can get chaotic.
I kind of wish that there was I hate to say better opponent, not casting shade at San Jose State, UTEP, or Sam Houston, but a more
like in that mix right there to kind of keep you hard.
Yeah, somebody, maybe a Vanderbilt in there. Yeah, something where that was a little different because you could kind of quantify that to 4 weeks off before you go and play maybe a top 25 opponent in their place in a raucous environment. But but again, that's where the coaching staff needs to have these guys ready, walking in unison. You're going to have your running back. You're going to have this trio. You're going to have all that figured out. Arch is going to have settled in at that point with who his go-to guy is going to be. The defense the secondary is going to be gelling. The other part of the schedule right here, and I'm with you. I think it's a one loss, but Texas gets by Georgia. That's where you've made that next move, because you've slayed your Achilles heel, the one that keeps knocking you down. You'd make that move, and that's where a lot of the pundits and we here in Austin are going to be like, holy shit, this is going to turn into something really special.
It could. I mean, you got 2 home games after that, right?
And that's kind of the other part of my observation on the schedule is I'm glad that every trap game that you want to think about is Vanderbilt, Arkansas, Texas A&M, they're all at home. So we can talk about kind of a shitty home schedule, but I like that big picture wise, because those are the ones that can stump you, especially those last 2, because that's your rivals.
But like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, I'm not just drinking the burnt orange Kool-Aid here. Like this really can be an undefeated season.
I'm just pointing out the obvious. I mean, when you look at this right here, I guess if you really,
and I think next year's going to be the year. By the way, like I'm bigger for next year based off of what's going to be the returners coming back. Yeah. Like Simmons and the recruits that are coming in too. Like, I think next year is going to be the year, like the magic year. But this year could be surprisingly incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. This could kind of be like the year. I mean, remember the year that Texas, the year before the national championship when they beat Michigan in the Rose Bowl, could be like that. But maybe we've already passed that because you've been in the seat.
Yeah, I think that was last year. Seriously, like I think
so too.
This is championship contention, and then maybe, Jesus, I'm on one. But I do like if things come to fruition, I think next year is going to be even better than this year.
I think next year is going to be where they never got with Mac, because I do compare this whole regime, this whole run to a lot of what we saw with Mac.
They got to something magical with Mac.
Where it's like, oh, well, Mac can't get over the hump. Greg Davis, this, that, and the other. And you've got all these players, and you can't get past, you're playing in the Holiday Bowl and all this. Well, you know what? Eventually, they got to the point where you had a dynamic quarterback that came in, and it set the plate for the next decade. And
the defense was hellacious too. Like, that defense was absolutely insane.
And this Texas Ohio State game, it falls. I know past history doesn't mean anything, but you see patterns. Teams, they go on dynastic runs. I mean, and I'm not saying they're going to be a dynasty, but they can be really, really good for a long time in this new environment that we're seeing with NIL and transfer portals and Lamborghinis and all these. So it's one loss at worst. I think.
I would say 2 losses at worst. Very high ceiling for the Horns. Again, like I think maybe Ohio State, like the counterpoint that I'm making for Ohio State, you can make the same counterpoint for Texas, right? Like, it's early in the season. Like, Texas could beat themselves, right? Like Ohio State could beat themselves. Like, they could give us a gift, not have, the right signals or right hand arm signals there. And then, Sayin throws, to the wrong route, and, all of a sudden that's just a pick 6. And then that's one turnover. We get a gift, a strip sack with double sticks there. And by the way, if you don't know who double sticks is, double sticks, I'm referring to 11 double sticks, 11. That's Colin Simmons. I'm going to call Colin Simmons double sticks from here on out. That'll just be my nickname.
Yeah, and there's absolutely no doubt right here. I mean, maybe Wags and I are trying to make it sound a little too simple, but Georgia, Ohio State, Oklahoma, absolutely. Those you take care of that, and that proves how good you are. But
right,
and it should be able to take care of that.
Like Rob, and that's a great point. But I'm giving like the optimistic schedule, like the best case scenario, right? And the floor. I know the floor with only a 2-loss team is high, but you're absolutely right with those teams. I just think the roster that we have, if you're looking at it on paper, there's no there's no excuse. Like their rosters don't even stand up. Like they just don't.
Yeah. And the whole thing with the rivalry games,
like Oklahoma has improved, right?
They have.
I will say that they have improved.
They have, but like
based off of their moves in the offseason. But
I think with OU, with the Aggies, with Arkansas, Vanderbilt, I mean, you insert the team, Florida, for that matter. This team needs to have that. How many times have we talked to Casey Studdard, where Casey Studdard has said, we knew that we were better than those teams and we were not going to lose. And that's the mindset this team needs, because I think they are that. Maybe not that good, but that good now with what they're against. So it, again, you need to win the SEC and get in the playoffs. I think,
I think that's absolutely possible this season.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you.
Possible. All right. Any last 8 rounds? Anything we got to get to before we turn it over?
After we just a buddy texted me a while ago. He's like, "Man, you're a homer." I'm like, "No, we're pointing out the obvious."
Trying not to be a homer. And those of you guys that have watched the show for 2.5 years or 3 years, however long we've done this, you guys know I'm very pessimistic about my teams. I try and dissect everything and never give the teams that I'm rooting for any credit, right? Because I don't want to be disappointed. I want to come on here and be like, yeah, I'm not bothered by that. I told you so, right? I don't want my heart ripped out of me as I'm watching the game happen, right? Like I want to get my body or get my mentality into a position to where we're gonna lose. I'm not gonna be disappointed. Like that's where I want to drive home that thought, right? That way, when something happens, oh fuck yeah, right? The worst part is when you go the entire season, right? And you're on one, and then you finally start to believe, like people around you are making you believe too, and they're just like, nah, man, that was then. We've turned the corner, right? We've changed. It's a different. We're gonna do it this time. We've got it, and then you buy into it. You're like, you know what, man, you're right. You're absolutely right. We are going to do it this time. And then they shit the bed and you're right back to where you were before, right? That's the worst. So when you guys start to get me on one, like, let me just be pessimistic, all right? Let me understand that we're going to have an awful season, okay?
I get countless people that I've met in the last few years, whether doing these shows or at the Horn or whatever, to where it's like, you're not a real Cowboy fan because all you do is talk about how they're no good. And I'm like, no, I'm just telling you the obvious. And that's looking at this. It's pretty obvious that Texas has a really high ceiling.
Yeah. High ceiling. But again, like it's a tough schedule.
It is. It is.
It's a tough schedule. Like number 16th rated schedule in Phil Steele's magazine. So
absolutely.
On the road, you got some daunting tasks, man, but I think the Longhorns can do it. I think the Longhorns can absolutely do it.
That's it.
Gentlemen,
Jordan,
start your engines. What's up?
What is up, guys? It's game
Live
week.
the dream, amigo. I get to see your all's pretty faces.
Oh, you're so sweet. It's game week. Back on the 40. Well, I mean, what could be better? And Jordan looks pumped over there too.
Jordan nestled close to me right now. Like that's better instead of just staring at him.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Got your attention, excited. Buddy. Good morning.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm great. Still trying to figure out if I need a loaner this weekend or if I'm gonna have to rent a car. We'll see. But nice to have the season back.
Call up Covert. See what Covert can do.
Wags, we need to talk off the phone. You got to stop mentioning or talk off the show. You got to stop mentioning them. They're the reason I have this problem.
Right quick, before we go, I got to talk about McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. That outdoor space, that kitchen renovation, bathroom renovation, whatever you're looking to do. Over 40 years, it has been our man Mike McCall family-run organization right here in the ATX. Man, check out the A+ Better Business Bureau ratings and so forth. Check out the 5-star Google ratings. Look, I'm a satisfied customer. I love my shower. I bathe 2 times a day when I'm home. It's that great. I just just love caressing myself in that Mike McCall shower. 512-633-9580, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check them out today, and remember what they say, McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
You know how many times he talks about this effing shower?
He caresses you guys over.
He caresses himself. He caresses himself a lot, Turbo. Caresses himself a lot.
I was going to say only twice. That's a little surprising.
It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be, you know what? The day is gonna be great. The car's gonna be fantastic. The car situation's gonna be better. You know what? We're actually going through a car situation ourselves, so I sympathize with you. Not only do I empathize, I sympathize with you as well, good sir. So
I'll tell you what though, like it's nice to have football season back, man. Something to look forward to at the end of the week. You know, fall's back. I'll be putting some pumpkin spice creamer in my coffee.
Oh no!
Come on, man!
In just a few weeks.
Stick with vanilla. Stick with vanilla.
Well, right now I don't have milk or creamer, and since the one car
can't get to the store, can you?
Sitting in a middle school parking lot because my girlfriend's at work, we're drinking black coffee today.
Uber Eats, my man. Uber Eats.
No.
Oh,
no,
you know, we're gonna send Jordan some what are they, the credits? What are they called, Rodney? The credits that you can send, not the Uber Eats, the DoorDash credits. DoorDash credits.
DoorDash. Yeah, Jordan, you need the milkman to come see you. Oh no, I'm a different kind of milkman, not that milkman. Sorry.
Milkman Rodney. Milkman Rodney. Hey, we're gonna get out of here, man. Let you all do your show, man.
Start cooking. Thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's gonna get better, Jordan. You got Turbo.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
All right, Jordan. The Lone Star Playbook here on a Tuesday. We are now in week 1 of college football. We've already had a few games. I don't know what you saw last week. Had a phenomenal time watching Stanford and Hawaii. Watched the football game of all time, Farmageddon in Ireland with Iowa State and K-State. Let's start it off hot here. We'll get to Texas in just a second. But on the way out of Aviva Stadium in the Aer Lingus kickoff, the father and brother of Kansas State quarterback Avery Johnson got into a physical fight. I'm not going to pull up the video. Can't find it right now. But they are wrestling each other on the ground. It's raining. They're both wearing like jeans and you know, like they're not dressed for a fight. And they're not in the right place for a fight. But somehow they still do it an hour. I don't even know if it was an hour. Moments after their son or brother. I wouldn't even say choked a game. Kansas State did not have great play all around, but lost by 3 points and got to get in trouble with each other in another continent.
Yeah. Yesterday I said the brother must have made a joke to the dad about Avery not getting better at all in the last 3 years. I mean, I don't know, man. Not a great look. It's almost similar to the Pat Mahomes, Jackson Mahomes deal, where it's like, man, the family's just bringing him down. Nothing that he can do to change that. And now people are going to look at Avery Johnson a certain way, like to look at Mahomes a certain way because of his brother and his wife. So, I mean, not great. Can't imagine what those phone calls are like between Avery. I'm curious if he waited until he was back in the continental United States, or if he made a call over there in Dublin, like, "Hey, like, what the fuck are we doing?" You know, like
I'm sure there was a family conversation before they left Dublin. You mentioned Pat Mahomes, and we actually also already got a comment about it from CB. Did you see the Dylan Raiola comments yesterday about he and Mahomes?
Yes, I did.
Here we go. Because this is one of his best. I think Dylan Raiola is very good at trolling college football fans and people that don't like him. And this is probably the best one. He says, "I can't get mad at God for making me look like him." And then said, or he said it, or a teammate said, yeah, Dylan actually had the haircut first. He's actually, Mahomes was copying him.
Right.
We are getting to levels. I mean, truly look at these pictures side by side. And it's not like Mahomes doesn't like it. You know, they are friends. They train together. You know, I'm not saying Mahomes was part of getting him to Nebraska, but there was definitely an aspect of, hey, you know, we view you as a Patrick Mahomes type guy. Why don't you just be him for us? Why don't you just be college Patrick Mahomes? And he's leaned into that quite a bit.
Man, like, I don't know. I actually sent someone the video of what you're talking about and said this is a little too close to the Wigman "Give Me My Shoe, bruh." You know, Dylan Raiola out here talking about, nah, man, I can't get mad at God for making me look like him, bro. Like, come on, man. I don't know. What he needs, they need to hire someone who does PR. Say, hey, if you're as good as everyone thinks you are, if you are who everyone thinks you are, you're going to be playing football a long time. Do you want to be known as Dylan Raiola, or do you want to be known as the quarterback cosplaying Patrick Mahomes?
Hey, man, being the quarterback cosplays Patrick Mahomes, if you can play like him, I think anyone in the world would take. And I do think there's an aspect to this that you're forgetting. Adidas signed Dylan Raiola to a huge deal out of high school, and they view him kind of as their, I mean, thinking of who they have in the college ranks right now, like he is going to be the face of Adidas football as it relates to college for the next 2 years. If Mahomes branding works, and you saw a lot of stuff using Patrick Mahomes' name, why not just make a copycat? Why? I mean, we're already going to have clones, you know, in a few years here. So before we get the actual clones, why don't we get the fake ones? I feel like this is a good introduction for us.
Well, the 1 year you spent at Nebraska is making you defend him way too much. Like Jake said, it's not Raiola's fault. He has the exact same haircut, facial hair, sunglasses, jersey number, pregame ritual, and dresses exactly like him.
I agree.
It's just a coincidence. And at the end of the video that has been shared, Raiola talking with his teammates, he goes, man, I'm just trying to be my own man. How can you say this shit when he does this? Like, seriously, what are we doing? And I know what you're saying. Oh, he worked with Mahomes. Why wouldn't we try to market him the same way? They marketed Mahomes as Mahomes. You don't market Raiola as Mahomes. You don't market Jason Tatum as LeBron James just because they play the same sport. You don't go get someone like it's dumb as hell to me, man. If I was the number one player in the country and I went to some program like Nebraska to be the savior, right? I'd be doing everything to market myself as Nebraska's savior, as this Adidas guy, as QB1. The last thing I'd be doing would saying, hey, I'm dressing exactly like this guy. And then when people call me out on it, I'm going to say, what are you talking about? I did it first.
He's admitted before that they look alike and that they have the same haircut and everything. He does understand that people think it's stupid. You know, like it's not just this kid is oblivious and like, oh, people think I look like Pat Mahomes. No, he knows what he's doing. And he wouldn't keep doing it if it was not a good marketing approach and not a good branding approach.
This is what I think happens. Does everyone remember when you first popped on the scene? It's like, wow, this kid is talented. But this is one dumbass haircut, right? Because it was a dumbass haircut. And it looks horrible. On top of, you know, having bleach in it, because that's what Southlake does in the playoffs. They all bleach their hair. He gets to Ohio State, doesn't get rid of it. Gets to Texas after 1 year, doesn't get rid of it. Eventually, something clicks where he shaved it off. Actually, it might have been after his first year at Texas.
It was after his first year at Texas.
All right.
And
so
Jordan,
after this year will be the same time period. 2 years removed out of high school.
He wasn't 16 years old anymore. That was the thing. Like no one keeps the bleach blonde mullet into their 20s.
Yeah, well, no one should be playing dress up into their 20s either.
Hey, man,
like he needs
his bag. I'm gonna let the kid get his bag because obviously it's working right now.
I know, but this is what Will's pushing. Any publicity is good publicity.
At the University of Nebraska, yes. Like Dylan Raiola did not have a good enough of a season to be talked about consistently. Out of the freshman quarterback, like
that's what I'm talking about.
Guys who are currently freshmen, he's not talked about in the same. And I understand why, because he didn't have that great. Like I said, he didn't have that great of a season. There was a lot to build on, but you know they only won 7 games, and he didn't look good against some bad teams. But he needs to find a way to keep himself in the news, keep the University of Nebraska in the news, and this is doing it. It is. I mean, we can disagree if it's good publicity or bad publicity.
This is what
it's working. It would be a different conversation if he and Mahomes were not like all buddy. Clearly, they're working with each other on this. Mahomes has addressed it several times. Like, this is – I'm telling you, it's going to work for Dylan Raiola. And at some point, he's going to be good enough where he can go out and get his own haircut, get his own jewelry, wear his own kind of uniform. But for now, let's let him – we'll give him 6 more months. How's that?
If he doesn't have a new haircut by year 3, major red flag. What Quinn was doing was some high school shit, and he grew up. His nuts dropped, and he cut his hair and got a real haircut and wasn't rocking some whatever the hell you want to call that mullet. Raiola needs to grow up, and his nuts need to drop, and just change the hair or something. I'm just like, man, be your own guy. If you say that's what you're going to do, be your own guy. And I know you're saying he's trolling. He's doing it to bring publicity. But if he played better than he did as a freshman, he probably wouldn't be doing this stuff. That's what you're arguing. So what I'm saying is instead of focusing on the bullshit of how to get more eyes on it, focus on the football. And everything will fall into place, man. Everything. Like, it's just stupid to me. And I get it. I guess I'm part of his target audience is the people he trolls or pisses off. I don't think about Dylan Raiola unless it's in front of my face like this. And if it is, I'm going to have an opinion and comment on it if I'm talking about it on a show. It's my opinion and comment. And I think it's stupid. I think we should move on because we can go back and forth on this for an hour.
We can. I would just like to say, as much of a DJ Lagway truther I am, and I do think this stat is a little bit skewed. You know, Dylan Raiola did have a significantly higher QBR than DJ Lagway.
What was their record?
Size.
What was the record?
They were 7-5 last year. With
what was Lagway's record as a starter? Do you know what it was?
I believe 1-3.
I thought he went like 5-1 as starter.
Did he end up starting that many games? Let's take a look here.
Yeah, because what's his name? Mertz, who should have never been playing. But
we'll go back to that.
Yeah.
But Jordan, anything Texas related? We're 20 minutes into the show. We're in game week now. Anything you want to get to?
Not a ton of Texas related stuff, to be honest.
All right, then we're going to go to
what we can talk about, though. I guess this is Texas related. Last night, news breaks: Ohio State banning Dave Portnoy from coming inside the
horseshoe.
No, that's what that stadium's built on some river.
Yes, and can't go inside of the stadium.
Yeah, I know, but it's built right next to a river, and Ohio State calls it like the fortress on whatever it's called. So that's what I was going with, but I can't think of that river. Anyways, news breaks that they banned him. He's not allowed in the stadium. Then news comes out that it's not Ohio State who did it. It's Fox, and that since he's not a regular guy on the desk, even though he'll be on the show, they don't bring people into the stadium who aren't actually on the desk. Urban Meyer, Reggie Bush, whoever the hell else is on that number 2 show to College Game Day, because that's what it is. It stinks. And now it's like, okay, the Olentangy, whatever it is, that's what it is. That's the river I was talking about. But with Portnoy, I kind of like this. I'm not a fan of his. Like, troll, obviously, he's known for starting Barstool. I think he's a horrible human being. All these things that have come out about him. I know, like, hey, if an allegation doesn't go to court, what can you hold that? When you have so many and they all disappear and this dude's worth millions of dollars, it's like, okay, one of these has to be correct. It's kind of like Deshaun Watson or Weinstein, Groper Cleveland, whatever you want to call him. Sure, he's never been found guilty in a court of law. But like the 20-plus allegations, one of these has to be correct almost. At least that's the way I think about it. So with Portnoy, not a fan of him as a human, not a fan of him as really a journalist. I understand what he's doing, and I also think this – I mean, I don't know. I don't think he should have ever been on Big Noon to begin with. He is now, though. But, like, he can profit off this in some form or fashion. Like, for as much as I don't like him, he's not stupid. He's a smart guy, and he knows how to change things into dollar figures, and that's what he will figure out a way to do off this situation.
if there's not a clause in his deal with Fox that he can or can't, have any kind of content as Big Noon is going on, or as a Big Noon game is going on, I would imagine that Dave Portnoy is streaming of, something. He'll be doing something in Columbus on Saturday, because he will be on the majority of the show. He'll be on the actual panel. And then once they, the last 30 minutes or however they do it on Fox, go into the stadium, he just won't be a part of that. Like he said, he'll find a way to profit off this. I think this was I'm on the same page as you. I don't like the guy. I think he's a complete embarrassment to sports media. But I think this is a great strategic move by Fox, saying, hey, we're not going to let you in the stadium. But we just got probably millions of people talking about this, and calling Ohio State soft. It adds another layer to this game. It adds another layer to the Ohio State Michigan thing. Apart from my kind of personal gripes with him, he should not be in the Ohio State Stadium. Texas would not let, an Oklahoma booster walk into the stadium and talk about how, Texas is going to win or Texas is going to lose. Like, that just shouldn't be allowed. People that have a stake in these games, it's just like Tom Brady calling, the games of other NFL teams and some teams not liking that. Like, there are people that have vested interest in the league, and in this case, in college football, that should not be talking about it. Like, things were better when you didn't know who the boosters were.
Things were better when Pat McAfee wasn't on College Game Day.
Well, that's not going away. I really hate to break that one to you. He's the new face.
Look, I'll tell you what, like, McAfee, not a huge fan of his. On game day, I can't lie. He's really not that bad. He's tolerable on game day. Do I wish he wasn't on there? Correct. But I can deal with it. I can't watch Big Noon. It just sucks. It sucks.
Is Clay Travis still on that?
I don't know. I don't watch it. The only people I know that are on there are like Reggie Bush, Urban Meyer, and
Leinert's on there, right?
Yeah, Matt Leinart. I actually saw them. The last time I was in Columbus was when Iowa played there. Jackson Smith and Jigba's last ever time suiting up for Ohio State. And we drive by the Big Noon set on a golf cart after the game. And I'm like, damn, there's Urban Meyer. Micah Hudson's in the passenger seat of this golf cart. He goes, who's that? The GA that's driving us looks at me and is like, did he just say that? I was like, yeah. He's like, he doesn't watch football. He doesn't pay attention to it.
But yeah, that's right. Mark Ingram took Reggie Bush's place on Big Noon. He actually is good. I like Mark Ingram.
Yeah, I haven't watched it to know if he's good enough.
Not a good. I feel like occasionally you'll wait for the noon game on Fox and say, "Oh, here's the last few minutes of this."
What I was saying though, it is kind of, if you really think about it this way, kind of taken like we're losing Lee Corso, and I know McAfee.
There's a shift, yeah.
But like, this is a horrible trade. This is like trading the. What did America do? They traded like the dealer of death or whatever his name was for Brittany Griner. That's what this feels like
here. Fox is getting Portnoy. ESPN, like, they've had McAfee. This is not a change for them.
Yeah, I know.
I think we're getting to year 4 of Pat McAfee on college football.
Really? He's been on game day then?
I think maybe his first year was 2022, not in a full-time capacity. At least at the latest 23. But he's definitely been doing this. This is at least year 3.
I thought last year was his first time on there. But anyways, I do love Saban on there. I love me some Nick Saban. Anytime I see a video on Twitter, Nick Saban giving a speech, even if it's a press conference, I watch it. Say whatever you want about him. That's the greatest to ever do it at the college level. And the thing I like most about him on ESPN or ABC, whatever it is, like at least once every 4 or 5 appearances he makes, he's going to say something we didn't previously know about. Like at the NFL draft in April of 2023 or 24, whatever it was, the first draft that he wasn't coaching at Bama anymore. And he's like, man, I'm blanking on his name. It's the corner that Seattle drafted out of a small school out of Toledo, Quinyon Mitchell.
The Eagles drafted, yeah.
Yeah, or Eagles, my bad. And he's like, this guy was at Toledo and was our number one guy to convince to go in the portal. Like, just admitted to tampering on national TV during the NFL draft. And, the NCAA, they're not doing jack shit about it. They're not doing anything to him, especially, too, if he's retiring and the rumors are false, like he shot them down. So, I don't know. I just like, man, eventually when it comes time for Herb Street, Reese Davis, or Desmond, or whoever the hell it is to get off there and they retire or whatnot, if they stick Stephen A on there, if they stick anyone on there, it's like someone needs to come up with it.
I'm telling you, Jordan, there will be I'm not saying it'll be game day, but at some point it's going to be Pat McAfee, Stephen A. Smith, John Anik. No, we'll go with Joe Rogan. I'm going through all of like everything that ESPN controls now. John Anik or Joe Rogan, they need an anchor in there. So maybe
Joe Rogan.
He's the UFC.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot they did that.
And then
I don't watch that, so I didn't.
And then Joe Tessitore, who's half college football, half WWE now. There's going to be one where it's just we're getting WWE highlights on SportsCenter now. Like the game has completely changed.
It's so stupid.
It is.
The ESPN I love. Where'd it go? There's not any MLB coverage, and I'm not even a baseball fan.
That's the MLB's fault. The MLB had a solid chance to lock up a new deal with ESPN. Of course, they were not going to get the same kind of money as they had in their last deal. No one cares about baseball. There's only one recognizable player in the entire game right now, maybe two if you count Paul Skeens. I don't think Aaron Judge is a household name. I never have. Ohtani and Paul Skeens are the only two truly marketable players the MLB has. And I understand why they're not going to be on ESPN next year. Like they have not done anything to deserve it.
I know, but it's America's pastime. That would have never happened with the NBA, NFL, college football, or college basketball. And I know it's different. I know baseball's boring, trust me. But I'd rather watch 100 innings of baseball or paint dry than watch WWE on ESPN.
Dollars and cents, Jordan. Dollars and cents.
But I don't know. Yeah, I agree with y'all. I don't know how game day or ESPN gets fixed, but whatever the hell's going on, it ain't good enough. I'll tell you that. What ESPN needs, they need Saban, Herb Street, as annoying as he is with the whole dog thing. They need Saban, Herb Street, Fowler, some other good guys, and they need to throw a coup at ESPN or just get out of there. And like what happened with 104.9 The Horn, Will, I don't know if you know this Texas Sports Unfiltered lore.
Yeah, I'm not so sure it's going to be.
No, it's fine. It's fine. 104.9 The Horn goes corporate, new owner. You know who doesn't like that new owner? Literally everyone working at the station. What do? They all leave. And half of them went and created the thing we're on right now, Texas Sports Unfiltered. That's what needs to happen at ESPN. The good faction, the good people need to leave and leave Stephen A's ass in Connecticut or wherever they do their studio. I don't know where it's at, but yeah.
They're getting paid too much.
I would rather someone bring Stuart Scott back to life in a robot where it's an AI with his voice than watch Stephen A. Smith on anything.
Two things on that. First, I don't know if you knew this, in the new SportsCenter app, and I'm not here to plug ESPN or the new ESPN app, but I'd just like to say their whole rollout of the direct-to-consumer thing, really nice. I'm a sucker for it, I guess. I like the whole Birch thing where it shows you, highlights from stuff you actually want to see. And I haven't tried it yet, but you can now get a personalized SportsCenter. You were saying just get an AI version of Stuart Scott or bring him back to life. You can get Hannah Storm or I think Matt Berry to do an AI rendition of a SportsCenter tailored custom to you. So you can go on the ESPN app right now and say, hey, here's who I like. You put in your teams and everything. Here's what else I'm interested in. And there will be I think a 5-minute version of SportsCenter where they're only talking about the things you like. I had that. And then I don't know if you saw last week, Rich Eisen on SportsCenter did a great tribute to Stuart Scott. They did the old school SportsCenter the whole time. He put it on all the classic Stuart Scott lines. Thought that was great, but yeah, I'm not here to, like I said, I'm not here to plug ESPN, but I'm not opposed to what they've been doing as of late. There's definitely, they realize that they're at a crossroads with the whole cable thing. That's why they did this direct-to-consumer thing. And they're making moves. Are they going to make good moves? Time will tell.
Yeah. Is Rich Eisen back at ESPN? Or
it was a one-night thing.
SVP had like his daughter's first day of college or something?
Something like that, yeah.
And they just called him from that Roku money and said, "Hey, buddy, come on, come."
Hey, man, I watch the Rich Eisen show sometimes. It's good content. Also, Neil Everett, Stan Verrett, I don't know if you saw this. They're going to have their own. Both were cut by ESPN. I think their contracts just ran up. They're starting their own thing. It's going to be streamed on Tuesdays and Fridays, and it's just going to be, hey, if you only need 2 episodes of SportsCenter a week, this is what we've got for. Obviously, it won't be called SportsCenter. They're on their own now. But the most legendary SportsCenter duo of our lifetime getting back together in LA. SportsCenter is no longer doing the LA thing at all anymore. So see that.
Yeah. All right. Some other stuff I want to talk about. How about Texas 5-star quarterback commit Dia Bell coming back down 28 points on national TV? How about that?
I will say that first half was
horrific.
Words really can't do it justice. He just was not ready. It seemed like a lot of. I mean, that is truly like if you're going to be lost in the first game of the season, being lost against a top 10 team like St. Joseph's out of Philly, that's not a good idea. You saw the fumble issues. He had a little bit of Quinn in him on Friday. But, obviously turned it around. That was just terrible second half play. I want to give credit to the guy. I want to give credit to American Heritage, but St. Joseph's did everything they did to lose that game, and rightfully did. Dia made some great passes in that second half, though. Showed a lot of poise, and that's kind of the main thing you're looking for. Okay, he had a bad half. He had a really bad first half. He's got to play 2 more quarters of this game, and when he had to play 2 more quarters of that game, he was ready. And I think that is the thing that people will remember from Friday's game. Is that he, I'm not saying he played superhero ball and just made everything, but he found a way to be the starting quarterback on a team that came back from scored 31 unanswered, came back from 28-0 late in the third quarter. So hats off to him. Obviously not the performance he was probably looking for to start the season and being on ESPN. But there were definitely some positives coming out of it.
Yeah, I was watching the game. I watched like a minute into the third quarter and was like, yeah, this I'm not watching this. And I turned it to the IMG game, which was also on ESPN versus Hoover.
A complete shellacking
from Alabama. Jameis Winston's little brother out there running around. How about that? IMG loaded several kids of Texas offers, Texas targets on their team, but I'm watching that game and I'm just trying to see like a few specific kids that are second and third string at IMG. That's how in the weeds I was getting. I get a text from a good friend, Hudson Standish, with our 24/7 sports scouting team. He goes, "Are you watching this Dia game?" And I was like, I turned it off. What happened? And right after I texted him that, I flipped it back to the game. I was like, yo, holy shit, what? And I was like, what happened? And he just sent me a long text like he's balling out. I was like, man, thank God, because that first half was rough. And one thing I do want to bring up, like Dia and American Heritage are playing a harder national schedule or just harder schedule top to bottom than anyone else in the country. We talked about it a few weeks back when Andrew Ivins and Hudson Standish were previewing, the upcoming high school football season for the top teams in the Max Prep rankings. And I mean, he's in all likelihood going to be the most battle-tested quarterback that we've seen in the last 5, maybe even 10 years, because he's played this national schedule this entire time. In Florida, you can play varsity football as an 8th grader. He played varsity football as an 8th grader. Now it was like, rotational reps or garbage time reps, and they're up big, and he wasn't the full-time starter till his sophomore year. But, like, He's done it all at the highest level of high school football. He was the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Florida last year as a junior over multiple seniors. So I just think that part's worth bringing up, and also the fact that this is probably the least talented American Heritage team he's played on his 5 years there. I don't know if IMG or these other schools just got better at recruiting these kids to move in or what's going on, or maybe they just have a really young group that needs time to develop and ascend in the recruiting world. But like top to bottom, right now, it is the worst team he's played on at American Heritage. So,
and that showed, some of those ball, like I think he would admit this too. And he wasn't shy to say, hey, I had some bad throws when they interviewed him after the game. Probably not the perfect touch on some of those throws in the first half, but like those receivers are used to getting perfect balls. And when they were not getting perfect balls from Dia, like they had no idea how to catch. They seemed lost out there. And it doesn't help when you've got, an entire defense of guys that look like freak shows. I mean, that was the thing about St. Joe's. I was like, man, they really, I know they produce talent at a high level, but that defense was just filled with guys like, oh, he could go play today, at the college level, probably 5 or 6 guys. But we'll have to see the rest of the season. We'll have to see how you mentioned they play a harder national schedule than just about anyone. He's going to be tested all year, and I'm sure Texas couldn't be happier. For a guy that's not going to come in, and start year 1 and maybe not even year 2, like there is a lot of value in him having those reps against top 10 teams, against teams that are featuring, the best of the SEC, the best of the Big Ten, and that'll pay off. I mean, Arch had the same thing at a much different level. Like he played some tough competition. A little bit. They played that team with Juju Johnson. They played a couple other good teams. He was the least battle tested of the quarterbacks that Texas has taken, but he did have some. I would say, I can't remember, but they played the Lafayette Christian, I think, and a couple other teams from out of there.
Outside of Malik Murphy, who had an entire season of high school football deleted because of COVID, Arch is the least battle-tested quarterback, which is like the main agenda push by everyone going, oh, he's only number 1 because his last name. And that whole argument is still to this day the dumbest thing ever. Like, no shit.
Well,
is he number 1 because of the last name? No, that is incorrect. But that's part of the evaluation. His uncle is Peyton Manning, one of the greatest to ever do it at the quarterback position. I'm not going to say the same thing about Eli, but one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL of our lifetime. Won a Super Bowl. His granddaddy is Archie, right? And his father would have been a great receiver at Ole Miss had he not had the back issues. So, like, that's part of it. So it's the first football family ever. His whole family's quarterbacks. His whole life has been preparation for this moment to be the big-time starter at the big-time school. So all the crowd, oh, Manning last name, that's the only reason. It's not the only reason, but it's certainly part of it. And you can't say he's not the number 1 player if his name isn't Art Smith. He might not be, but he would have been a 5-star. I'll tell you that. And also, like, people mention those things. They never bring it up when it's Clinton Portis' son who commits to Miami. They brought it up for Bronny James Jr.
Okay.
Like other legacy.
I want to stop you for just a second. It's different than everyone else because no one else in this position has been the number 1 player. Bronny got more hate than Arch. I'll say that. The community is just bigger. You mentioned Clinton Portis. You mentioned, like a Thomas Davis Jr. or a Larry Fitz. Like, these guys are just not on the same level. The name Manning holds a ton of weight in football, maybe more than any other last name in the world. And he welcomes all this. This is not something that I think Texas should be trying to get away from. He's ready. They know the target is on his back, and that leads me perfectly into target's not on our back. We got a red dot on everyone else. Maybe the most memorable, we'll see how it holds up, but one of the most memorable quotes, true or farming, from Arch yesterday. Thoughts on that? We got a red dot on everyone else.
I don't know. Channeling his inner Jalen Hurts, So.
All right. That's not the only thing I had on Arch. Yesterday, Chris Hummer over with us at CBS Sports had a great article on the unavoidable fame of Arch Manning's life in Austin Fishbowl as Texas starting quarterback. The biggest takeaway of this is if you see Arch Manning on the street, if you're going to take a picture, just go ask him. He doesn't like it when you go take the pictures without him knowing. He is not here to say like I know the guy personally, but down to earth, and it's more of he's done this whole I'm a normal guy, and I think it comes off as kind of pretentious to a lot of people knowing that his name is Manning and he's obviously been compensated heavily and had money his whole life, but truly is like he wants to go out there and play football, and let him do that. He's happy to take the pictures. Just let him know you're taking them. Had one more thing on that, and I just forgot it. So whatever you have up next, just go for it.
This is what I got. It's that time of the week, baby. We're talking about Hugh Freeze and the Auburn Tigers rolling into Waco this week. Friday night game. Unfortunately, I'll be at a high school game, but I'm going to try to YouTube TV it on my phone if I have a chance.
Will you be? Is that game on ESPN? Because Jordan, I don't know if you heard, but
yeah, I have seen that. They're going to figure it out.
Fox are at a crossroads right now.
I'm not worried. Like I was born in 2002. I know what crack streams are and all that other shit. I'll figure it out. I'll watch a football game I want to watch. No one's going to stop me with its YouTube TV or what else. And also, like something like 85 or 90% of these carriage disputes get figured out within 48 hours of a game happening. This is very likely to be figured out. Like, I don't remember what game it was before, but we dealt with something very similar to this, if not the exact same scenario.
Last year, I think there was a week where either Fox or CBS were not part of someone's package. I think it might have been DirecTV. I think DirecTV had a blackout of ABC for like 3 weeks last year. But yeah, this is the beginning of the season. Fox understands that they are up against, ESPN is much tougher competition than they were a year ago. With this whole new package. I mean, and you look at what they have with the Big 12 now, like they keep showing the graphic that they have for this weekend. They legitimately have every other game, every big game other than Texas, Ohio State. And I guess Notre Dame, Miami, I guess that one's on NBC. But like they've got everything here. And Fox is not in a position to say, hey, actually we're not going to show our stuff on YouTube TV. Like this is a terrible move. Take cents on the dollars. You're going to get Texas Ohio State it will be the most viewed game of the weekend. There's a case that it could end up being the most viewed game of the year. Occasionally there's a little bit of, we don't see a ton of interest. I mean, of course we see a ton, but we don't see the peak level of interest in college football until a few weeks in. So we'll see if that affects it. But, this is truly the first marquee game. I mean, this is not a huge statement that I'm making. It's the first marquee game with Arch Manning. He's playing the number one team, and he's playing, Ohio State, who is, I think, turned into the biggest brand in college football at this point. And I don't know what they're projecting, but I'm going to say it's going to be a little bit less than that, just because I don't think people are extremely interested in college football yet.
Yeah. But anyways, this Baylor-Auburn game, Dave Aranda did his weekly press conference yesterday for this game.
No midget talk?
No midget talk. Someone asked him about the challenge of facing Auburn's wide receivers. He said, quote, "It's a challenge. It's going to take the front people doing their part to help the people in the back. We're going to have to be able to get calls in, have cleats in the ground." I think if you're looking at it as a 1-versus-1 proposition, I can see where maybe from the Auburn side, you're probably feeling confident about it. We're going to have to look at it as, hey, this is where my help. This is where I'm playing to my help. This is my part in it. I'm going to do my part so that the overall team can execute. Pass rush is a big part of that too. It's going to come down to stopping the run and getting them to where they've got to throw it. If they're running the ball and they can play action pass and 4x1 RPO at will, we're not in control of anything. And that's when those matchups become an issue. If we're able to get it to one-sided thing, that'd be better. What about, is there going to be more blitzing in this game? He said it's interesting because I have a lot of respect for the quarterback they have. We've watched a lot of film on him, whether it's OU or high school. He's got a big arm, a big shot guy. He's confident and collected enough to get checkdowns, but the scrambles are worrisome. I think more games are lost rather than won early in the season. If you look at the games in week 0, it's a lot of turnovers. I think her game is probably going to be lost before it's won by somebody. So I think just being aggressive, all the things you want to do, you've got to be sound. You've got to keep the quarterback contained. You've got to make him earn it. Yeah. So I don't know. Just the whole thing about – I think if you're looking at it as a 1-versus-1 proposition, I can see where maybe from the Auburn side, you're probably feeling confident about it.
And I will say, it's going to be tough for Dave Aranda this week because you have to plan for 3 different play callers. The first down guy, the second down guy, and the third down guy. And apparently, you gotta project all 3 quarterbacks playing. We'll say it played as Auburn on college football yesterday. Deuce Knight is by far the best quarterback on that roster, per the video game. And I think that's what it'll end up being. I really, I don't consider myself a Jackson Arnold hater. I'm not saying I was a fan when he was at Oklahoma. I just don't think this guy. I think I've mentioned this like 10 times on the show before, but Connor Wigman and Jackson Arnold were in a very similar position heading into the transfer portal. One made a great decision for their future, and one made a decision that seems prettier. Connor Wigman is going to lead Houston to a 6-win season. Probably no worse, no better. They could win 5. They could win 7. And he's going to spend probably another year in college after this. Jackson Arnold will get shelled by half of the teams in the SEC, maybe more than that. They play 8 games. They might get shelled in all 8 of them. And he's also not going to have a good game against Baylor. Baylor has legitimate defenses here. I think they kind of replenished a defensive back, and we talked about that on the show before, but man, what a terrible defensive back room they had last year. I've said it before, Baylor's going to win this game. Jackson Arnold's going to have a bad game, and that will be the beginning of the end, or the beginning of this whole actual quarterback battle in Auburn. The third guy, Jordan, do you know who the third guy is in that quarterback room?
It's isn't it a kid from last year that had a play that sucked?
Yes, he was a starter at a Power 4 school last year.
Oh, it's Robbie Ashford?
Ashton, you were close. Robbie Ashford was at Auburn at one point. It's Ashton Daniels.
That's right. I knew Ash something.
And I don't believe that he is – I think he's actually quarterback 2 on the depth chart, but it sounds like – and very understandably so, that you'd probably rather play Deuce Knight than you would Ashton Daniels. You have a lot more money invested in Deuce Knight, and you have a shit ton of money invested in Jackson Arnold. So you really want him to be successful. I'm just saying I don't think that will be the thing. And I think that's the reason why you've seen Hugh Freeze and seen some of the people in that program say, hey, well, we like all 3 of the quarterbacks here. And I think we had the tweet up a few weeks ago, like, reportedly Auburn's defense was told to kind of hold back throughout, the early weeks of training camp. Like, okay, let these quarterbacks just get a few off. If you see some bad reads, maybe take a step back and at least contest the ball. Don't just pick it off. But it's gonna be a show in McLean on Friday. I'm telling you. Baylor spread. Can't believe there's a dog in that game and money line. Like, that's going to be a 2-score game. Oh, and Nebraska, we'll just get some off here. Nebraska-Cincy, complete toss-up on Thursday. But I'm really leaning – that game's in Arrowhead. Did you know that, Jordan? For some reason, decided to play – it was going to be played at Lucas Oil, I think. They changed it to Arrowhead. I didn't even know that Brennan Sorsby is back for Cincy. I honestly have no idea. I couldn't tell you a single player on their roster other than him. I think probably Nebraska takes this one. I just can't see Cincy winning a game that big.
Yeah. All right. These are my thoughts. If Baylor allowed 313 yards to LSU, who had 3 receivers go over 50 yards, Chris Hilton had 113, Aaron Anderson had 100, and Trey'Dez Green had 53. What in the hell makes you think Baylor's going to stop Cam Coleman or Eric Singleton?
So Baylor was missing their 2 best defensive backs in that game. And they were also just not playing to win. Like it really seemed. I was at that game, covering Baylor. They were not ready for that. They sat players out for academic reasons. They used that game. I think they had a feeling that they were not going to beat LSU, that they did not have a good chance. Nussmeier played, I want to say, the entire game. LSU didn't have some of their receivers. Carmen Lacey did not play in that game. Believe someone else who's no longer there didn't play. You mentioned Chris Hilton and Anderson and Trades Green. This is a different Baylor team. They have Calvin Simpson-Hunt now, out of Ohio State. They got a lot of guys that were highly ranked prospects in 23 and 24 and got some veteran depth. And are we really comparing LSU's offensive attack to Auburn? Like, is that the point we're getting at here?
Man, Auburn has the talent advantage. I think Baylor has the coaching advantage. I think that's very real. I don't think McLean Stadium's scaring anyone. You throw McLean Stadium in the SEC, where is that on scariest places to play? I can guarantee you it's in the bottom half. Yeah, it's not close. In fact, I think McLean would be the smallest stadium in the SEC.
Really? Smaller than Vandy?
Yes. After the renovations, yes, I think so. And, McLean's nice. It's a vibe. I love high school games there. Never been to a Baylor game there. But it's a nice, well-kept stadium. But it's small. With Auburn, though, they don't lose this game unless they give it to Baylor or do some dumb Hugh Freeze shit, which is very much possible. Trust me, it's possible. But, man, I like Auburn here, 2.5. And as much shit as I've given them, I just don't think Baylor is going to have the horses here because it's the personnel difference. And I know what you're saying. Oh, they didn't have DBs. But, Cam Coleman and Eric Singleton are better than any of those LSU guys. When is the last time Baylor played a team that had that receiver talent? I guess Colorado did Travis Hunter, right? Outside of that, who else? What NFL receivers have they played that went round one or that went day one or day two? Can you think of any?
I can't tell you, but someone's got to get the ball down there. That's my point with Auburn. Someone has to be able to throw it there. Jackson Arnold had dozens of errant throws where guys were deep, 30, 40 yards deep, and he throws it to the sidelines. There's just nothing. There hasn't been enough talk out of Auburn. There's not been, I haven't seen a report all offseason Jackson Arnold's having a great camp. They're really excited about him doing this, and this. I'm not saying I'm going to buy everything that they're saying or not saying, but it would have been nice to hear how things are going. And that makes me think that things are not going well. I mean, I know things aren't going well. They're talking about playing all three quarterbacks on Friday.
Can we bet on this?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, you just want to do outright winners? You want to do
outright winner?
All right. I got Auburn, $50.
I don't know about 50 on that. We'll reconsider. We'll negotiate after the show's over. Let's say 25.
I want 50. All right. If you're so confident, that's $50.
I will say here's who Baylor's got at receiver. They've got Cole Wilson, the transfer out of Texas State, originally Katie Paytow.
Goat.
They have Josh Cameron. He's still there. They have Ashton Hawkins, who is the 6th-year player, also at Texas State, who was in a battle with the NCAA all year because of the JUCO waiver. And then down the list, Kobe Prentice. He's only in his 4th year. He's already in his 4th year. Played as a true freshman at Bama and actually played in 23 as well. And then Kalen DeBoer just did not see a role for him at all in the Bama offense last year. He's at Baylor now. And then the talented receivers. Ashton Jones is actually the highest one on this depth chart, and no surprise there. You've got Ashton Jones. You've got Jaden Porter still there. Chase Collier, Ja'Cory Watson. They've got some guys at receiver. They've got some guys at corner. Tevin Williams, who's been there for quite a bit now. LeVar Thornton, who we both covered, in his move to Baylor. I mentioned Calvin Simpson-Hunt. I mentioned Caden Jenkins, who was freshman All-American in 2023. Did take a big dip last year. But he's not even a starter anymore, Jordan.
Yeah, probably because he held them hostage for more NIL money.
Okay. I mean, he's not starting. I don't care about the guy.
Yeah.
I'm just saying Baylor's going to win this game, and we can put some money on it.
All right, 50. We shook on it. All right, 50.
My hand's down here.
Put your hand up and shake on it. I don't want to hear no bullshit on Saturday or it's Friday night whenever they whoop that ass.
$50.
All right. Never going to advise you to gamble or anyone to gamble. But whatever the over is on Cam Coleman and Eric Singleton receiving yards, take it. If Auburn wins, those guys have to be fed the ball. And I know Jackson Arnold, trust me. I have my worries there too. But screen passes exist, and these dudes are aliens that are going to play in the NFL for a long time as they stay healthy. You cannot say the same about anyone that Baylor has on defense. There's literally not a player there you can say, this guy's going to play in the NFL for a long time as long as he stays healthy.
There's one. Keaton Thomas. Keaton Thomas is one of the best linebackers in the – I mean, I'm working with nothing here. One of the best linebackers in the country last year.
Couldn't he have left for the draft last year?
Who?
Wasn't he eligible to go to the draft last year?
It was his only year of NCAA football. Like he had only played in JUCO before this past season.
Okay. So, Singleton and Coleman, take the over. Josh Cameron, take the over. If Baylor wins, they have to feed that guy. And I haven't bet on this myself, but I think Sawyer Robertson over in passing yards would be smart too.
And maybe rushing yards too. Although getting past Kedrick Falk and some of the guys they have, I mean, they do have a talented defensive line.
I hate betting QB rush yards in college just because they get sacked. It counts. But with Sawyer, I mean, I think Auburn's going to get out to a lead, and I think Baylor's going to have to be throwing the shit out of the ball to get back in the game. So that, and then on underdog, you can do over 0.5 field goals for Baylor's kicker. That's easy. So yeah, those are my thoughts there. Some other stuff I do want to talk about before we get done here. I find it very interesting that everyone keeps bringing up, Julian saying first start, Arch Manning, third start. They got to come to the horseshoe, right? You're going to need CB to fact check me on this, or someone in the chat to fact check me on this. Do you know when the last time Texas lost a true road game?
Not in my time of being a Texas student. Was it 2022?
Believe it was 2022 when Quinn Ewers couldn't fall out of a boat and hit water versus Oklahoma State because his thumb got jammed in a car door or whatever bullshit, right? I don't know if you remember that. There we go. I think I am correct on that, but I might need some fact checking.
No, I think that's right. I mean, we've got
that's a long time.
Yeah.
That's 3 years. That's 3 years. So no one's bringing that up. Literally no one. And I reminded myself of this on Sunday for a roundtable at Horns 24/7. Predict the Texas schedule or record for this year. I won 11-1. The one loss in Athens. Georgia has not. Do you know the last time they lost a home game in Athens?
I don't.
It's 2019.
That's very believable. Yeah.
Their kicker, they lost because Rex Specs, Rodrigo
Blankenship, that's right, yeah,
missed a field goal versus South Carolina. That is the last time Georgia lost at home. So, I'm riding, and I'm like, man, to beat the best, you got to beat the best, So, with Georgia, I'm like, yeah, I got to pick them here. And then I start looking up when's Texas' last road loss, and I figured out it was that. I'm like, shoot, I can't be a homer and predict them to go undefeated because I don't think they're winning that game, at least right now in August. So I went with 11-1, but just thought that was interesting because I haven't seen anyone from Ohio State bring this up. I haven't seen anyone from the Texas market bring this up. None of that. And every time I see this, I just think of David Benda. There's some video the Titans put out where their players were talking about like college football or something. He said, Longhorns don't lose on the road. It's true. Fun fact, you want to guess the last ranked win A&M had that was on the road?
I've got nothing. I mean, I'm trying to think of the last few seasons. Like, I can't think of anything.
2014.
Wow. I had a feeling it was going to be something crazy. I thought you were going to say like 2018 or 2019 or something like 2014. That is – who was the quarterback? It's a trivia question for you, Jordan, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. who was the quarterback for Texas A&M in 2014?
Was it Bama with Manziel, or was that the first year without him?
That was the first year without him.
Man, my timeline's so fucked up. I know they had Kellen Mond, they had Kenny
No
Trill.
way. Yeah, there's a few big gap.
They had Kyle Allen. Kyler never really played for them.
I believe that was 2015 that Kyler played.
Fuck, who is it?
I believe it's Kenny Hill. I believe Kenny Hill was the starter.
Kenny
Trill.
Trill. Kenny Trill.
He's the quarterback's coach at TCU now, I think.
I have no idea. I know he had that job. I actually ran into him. One of my longtime buddies, Cade McCrary, who's actually been on here before. When he was coaching there, I went and got lunch with him or whatever at the school. When I was in there, Hill was there meeting with Dodge. And I was like, why the hell is Kenny Hill here? Y'all hiring him? And he's like, he's like QB's coach at TCU. And I was like, what? But yeah, man. And this is also crazy because their last home game was versus the team up north.
Yeah.
So,
all right, Jordan, before we get out of here, just wanted to clear something up. With the school year starting, I am no longer on Wednesdays, and I know you have a new plan for the Wednesday show. So I will be back on Thursdays now, just 2 days a week instead of 3 on this version of the Lone Star Playbook. So I'll see you Thursday.
Yep. I got a guest signed up for tomorrow. We'll I don't know. We should have a full update on what the schedule will look like going into the year. But yeah, like you said, we'll be doing Tuesdays, Thursdays. Nick and I Monday and Friday, and a new co-host on Wednesdays. So anyways, we're going to get out of here. Up next, the Third and Longhorn crew chats about the Longhorns' new on-field partnership with Human and explains how it all went down.
Can't believe we're going to get to that.
Little Third and Longhorn front office sports action, huh? Shout out to them. They've done a great job. They have a great product and a bunch of good guys over there. Enjoy their work and easy to watch, easy to tune into. And whoever came up with that idea is very smart. So anyways, y'all have a great Tuesday and peace.